What do you call a Pakistani, Lebanese, and an Israeli? Welcome back to the special election coverage, unpacking the results. Listen, that was, I know you guys are confused. You've just walked into a joke. You had to be there. But we are really excited and want to welcome you all here tonight to our special live stream. And you know what? If we go well, we'll continue doing these on random days. What do you reckon, Rukshan?
No, look, it's a good idea. People really enjoyed the election coverage last week. So to be back at it, not last week, a couple of days ago, actually. So to be back at it again, it's good fun. But, we actually do have some fun news to share with all of you guys. So those of you who've been following obviously know what's coming up. Joel, how you doing, mate?
No, I'm good, mate. You know, any day is a good day when we like 500,000 views on the live stream. I think we're going to need a lot of laughter for the next 3 years because of what the government's about to do. Labor majority in the lower house. But anyways, no, it was a good stream. Really enjoyed it. Great to see all the freedom fighters coming together for a joint stream. And I'm excited to unpack a couple things with you guys, the Senate, and also do a watch party about this Abbie interview debate that we did for SBS.
So the plan is tonight. We've got so much. We've got a lot of great content. Guys, go do what you did the other night. You bought us 50,000. We peaked at 50,000 people live for the election coverage. So you understand that is greater than Sky News and ABC Online. We beat them all thanks to you guys. So again, go comment, share with everyone. Invite people to join us here tonight. And if you're, whatever platform you're watching on, make sure to subscribe to the actual channel, hit the bell, and get involved. And something else we started doing is the super chats. On the YouTube, so on Rukshan and my YouTubes, there's the option to do super chats. It's a way to support us. Plus, we'll make sure to put your message on screen. The other night we read all the super chats. We went through all the super chats. What I can guarantee you is that depends how many. If it's like the other night, we'll read every super chat will come on screen. There's a special place for it now. In fact, I'll bring it up to show you how it works. We'll read the first one. What have we got here? We've got this is Rukshan's job.
All right, it's from Varun. He sent us $20. Thanks, mate. I live in the city of Melbourne and gave Adam Bandt an earful when I met him. Told him him as a Jew, he has made me feel unwelcomed and unsafe in my own city. That he doesn't represent me. Melbourne or Australia, he was shocked. There you go. Varun, that's what we do. So
yeah, that's we saw there was actually a nice viral video about that. I might actually bring that up. That video, that was a great video where somebody got Adam Bandt to pose with him. But that's how we're going to do the super chats. And so every super chat is going to get brought onto screen, even if you don't put a message. But every super chat over, let's say, $5 will definitely get read. But if there's not as many as the other nights, which we're hoping there is, we're hoping there's more because it's what helps us keep the lights on. But without further ado, Joel, we need you to help us break down I guess the elephant in the room.
Wait, I just want to say this isn't everything that's gone down last couple of days. It has been a day of silver linings or a couple of days of silver linings. So, it's not a downtrodden telecast today. There is some good news to share. Isn't that right, Joel?
Yeah, to an extent. I mean, there are a lot of organisations and obviously the Liberal Party that were targeting the green seats and the teal seats, and they successfully flipped 2, maybe 3 teal seats, and they've definitely taken out 3 green seats. So in a way, that's good. But a numbers guy like me is like, all right, look, celebrate that we've gotten rid of these guys, but we've basically just handed Albo a majority government. We lost the suburbs, and so look, everything is obviously quite nuanced. But let's go seat by seat.
Can just try, Joel, try not to be a party pooper.
We're excited.
There is cause to celebrate today. Let's go back from the beginning. Let's remember the other night when we came off stream, we'd lost like everything. Here we are 2 days later. When what is that? Wednesday actually. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. 3 days later, and Let's talk about Goldstein first. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, on the night, the snapshot was the Teals, Goldstein, the member for Goldstein, and also the member for Kooyong were celebrating that they'd won.
This is Goldstein on the night. I don't want to get in trouble for a violation of music, so let's just look at this. So good. We had to do it twice.
Next minute, the count starts coming in, and
what happened? I mean, how did they get it so wrong? Because you were looking at the numbers with us the other night.
Well, what happens is they do a preliminary count with the ballots, so they basically see who has the higher number with the parties that are most likely going to win, and they ended up looking at it, and the numbers started to narrow, and then narrow and narrow, and they called it too early. And this is one of the things
they called it at. I know it'll be on our line.
It would have been like 25-30% counted or something.
And what was what did she have?
Maybe 2% ahead of the Liberal.
So why would they count it? Why would they call it?
Honestly, this is why. I mean, first off, you shouldn't be celebrating on election night until the count. I wouldn't celebrate till the second count is done. The count on the night is like whatever. But there's a second count where they do a proper preference flow and everything. And sometimes the first count gets it wrong. And the second count, which is the proper, fully fledged account, is done really, really properly. And so no, as it started to come in and as we started to see, because remember, guys, half the voters voted before election day, either mail-in ballots or early voting at pre-poll. And that has different attributes to election day. So the election day votes, it seems as though what's happened is I think they're counted first. They seem to be backing her first, whereas the pre-poll votes seem to have actually backed more Liberal first. And so as those counts started to come through, it's looking like, what's his name? This Tim James, I think his name is.
Tim Wilson.
Tim Wilson.
Yeah. Yes, Tim Wilson, the prayer room guy. So he ended up basically closing the gap and overtaking her to the point where we're well past 50% counted, and it's like, well, looks like
I think we're on 80%. You can bring it up there.
I think it's 85.49% counted.
So look, I'm looking at this seat and I'm like, wow, you guys could not have gotten this more wrong. There's no way I would have been celebrating on the night. And so we see a similar situation which happened in Kooyong as well, just to the north of Goldstein, where we also saw Dr. Monique Ryan, the one that said, put your mask on in the Parliament. She basically claimed victory as well, she's slowly been walking back, and it's looking like the Liberals are now favoured to actually win that seat.
Yeah, well, it's 49-65, but the Liberals
it's still tight on these numbers.
The Liberals have been creeping up as the count has been going. She hasn't made any gains. She's just lost. So if that trend continues, she's out. Yeah, exactly. And so, look, there's still at least about 19% to be counted in Kooyong. But yeah, I mean, going back to what we saw in Goldstein, we were talking like dozens of votes between the two. So, for those people that say your vote doesn't matter, it's rigged, this just shows you're seeing firsthand the process of how the votes are counted, and then there's a second count and a third count. We have one of the best systems in the world. The only problem is we don't check ID, which we really ought to, but the counting is generally quite good. And looking at it, I mean, Goldstein right now, it looks like 85% of the votes have been counted, and Tim Wilson has basically won by 1,300 votes. That'll probably increase as time goes on. But similarly, in Sydney, there's another very, very tight race for Bradfield, where a Teal was going against a Liberal, and the Liberal is ahead by a mere, I think it's 11,000 votes, but that's only about 0.1%. So this is another really tight race where I'm really worried about, losing another Liberal there. Not that she's very conservative, but I'm worried about there being another Liberal lost there.
And they might lose to Nicole Bowl, which is one of the Teals in the area.
Just on
How's
the
that
council,
trending?
so I was going to ask Joel, I have seen a few like people discussing on X especially that the AEC may have miscounted some ballots or some ballots were missing for certain areas. Can you tell us a little bit about that? I'm not sure it's for Bradford.
It
for one
wasn't
of the seats.
miscount. It was that they thought
It was missed.
No. So from what I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, Joel, there was so they count. So it's in Adam Bandt's seat, for example, people asking why has it been taking so long to work it out? It's because the AEC thought that the race was going to be between Adam Bandt and the Liberal Party. So they were working the preferences out on that basis. And so then they had to go back and redo it because they realised it's actually Labor versus the Greens.
Yeah, that's right. So what the way it works typically on the night is they do a two-party preferred thing. So they're like, all right, who are the ones on primary votes that we think is most likely going to win between the two? And then what they do is they get all the ballots and they're like, all right, Greens versus Liberal. And then they do all the numbers and they see who's got the highest number. But they got that wrong. It was meant to be Greens versus Labor. And so Labor beat the Liberals, and now it became a contest between the Greens and Labor. So a lot of time was wasted on the Greens versus Liberal, which was never going to happen. And so, so they had to do a second count. Now they're going to a full count. It's actually quite encouraging to see this process play out because it shows you that there are backup counts that happen. And sometimes they get it wrong on election night. And it's good to see that it's being, updated and changed, and there's that level of transparency with the Electoral Commission. And if you don't trust it, guys, you should go become a scrutineer and you should go watch it yourself. That's the reality. So it was very fascinating to see Bandt and what's going on there. Again, it is 70% counted in his seat. It's unlikely with the current trend to see that he takes it back.
I'll bring on Melbourne.
Yeah, Melbourne. It's unlikely. I mean, there's 2,000 votes that the Labor member is ahead by. It's 3.3% of the vote ahead of the Greens. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. I think these candidates need to have a lot more.
It is very hard for. You know what I found interesting is when it came to projections from the mainstream media on the night, they were so quick to call Goldstein and Kooyong with not much information. The Adam Bandt seat, they've been super careful, and he's been way behind. They've waited up until literally in the last couple of hours for everyone to actually call it. Now they're finally on ABC calling it when the numbers haven't changed. For a day, it hasn't changed. I don't know what happened in the last hour. They're getting the same information and the same data as we are. And the other interesting point is that Zoe Daniel, I feel like I'm picking on someone for no reason anymore. She's done. But Zoe Daniel was saying that, people asking why she's celebrating. She goes, the mainstream media had all called it out. The mainstream media that she used to work for, and she has so much faith in being, the biggest truth tellers. But now, suddenly, when they're calling it against her, she's saying, let's wait and see. She hasn't conceded yet. So,
but you remind me of something. Do you remember when what's his name, Adam Bandt for the Greens was saying Trump should, he's an election denier. He should just accept the results and resign.
Exactly.
It felt like that with Adam Bandt.
Literally, it felt that way for a few days there. So there's another race happening in Calwell, which is actually really tight. There's a Liberal candidate which doesn't look like he's going to be the one. So Calwell's just to the northwest. Yeah, that's the black one, I think, that's outlined. Is that Calwell or to the left of it?
Yeah.
So Calwell there's a candidate we backed there that's like a Teal of the right. He's an independent that's ran. We had him on first on our cards, Joseph Johanna. And he's a guy that they thought it was going to be a contest in that seat between Labor and Liberal. That's not what's happened. And now they're doing recounts. We're quickly trying to train scrutineers because this guy has a pathway to win that seat. And so we might actually get a Freedom guy down there in socialist Victoria just because he's come up the middle, a bit like Kamanzuli in the West. But the way the numbers, and if you look at the preference cards from some of these other candidates like Carly Moore, Mimi Mosley, and a few other candidates. Even the Greens had Joseph Johanna as number 3, and it wasn't after Labor. Labor were after Joseph. So I'm looking at some of these seats, and I'm like, oh, we might actually get this Arab guy like me up in Victoria. Really traditional Christian, great guy. He's the only candidate for the lower house I interviewed on the show this election, other than, I think, Ben Britton, but that didn't help him with pre-selection. And so, no, I'm looking at some of these seats, and it's really encouraging to see the Electoral Commission go through the motions of actually fixing some of these things that they get wrong on the first count.
Okay, the biggest losers, it turns out, of the night. Liberal Party, obviously, they've been demolished, and I can't see a pathway unless something drastic happens in the next 3 years. Albo has won himself the next 2 elections that the Labor Party has won. But it's not all doom and gloom. There's a bit of excitement in the air. As we said, Adam Bandt, from the Yarra to the sea, Melbourne is finally free.
You come up with these fire lines, man. You got that one, and you had another one the other day as well.
No, I didn't come up with that. To be fair, somebody
you didn't come up with that one?
Somebody put it up, and I retweeted it, and then I just ran with it all day. But what I want to get at, because there were people early on celebrating Dutton's fall. We have.
Seriously,
Joel, this
guys.
is your good friend. How
Abbie?
it feels waking up knowing that Peter Dutton is unemployed, right? This is Abbie Chatfield. Very excited. Very, very excited. Peter Dutton celebrating somebody's demise and their fall. Very proud of herself, hey? We also had Adam Bandt himself, and together we have kicked out Dutton. I'd say that aged mighty fine, eh?
So would you say he did a suicide bombing? Is that what he did? I mean, he lost his seat in the process.
Yes. Well, he's really taken lead from Hamas.
I can't begin to tell you how much hate I got after we got off. And they're like, Joel's a Zionist. And I'm like, mate, if I'm a Zionist, then I'm also a vibrator user because Abbie, I hopped on a debate with Abbie Chatfield.
To be fair, you probably are a Zionist. Let's not understate your.
We'll save that for another time.
Listen, you don't want to open doors that are going to get shut right on you.
But this is Adam Bandt's ego, his hubris. It's all catching up with him. It's well deserved.
Well deserved. The joy. So you know what's funny is I have actually a neighbour who the other day I made a bet with him. Before the election, I made a bet with him, a bet that I thought I was going to lose. So the bet was this simple. I was walking the dog and, we got to talking. I go to him, I bet you Adam Bandt's going to lose his seat. He goes, if that's true, I'm going to bring a bottle of whiskey on Friday night to your house and we're going to sit on a nice bottle of whiskey. I go to him, you know what? If anyone else loses their seat, I'll buy a bottle of whiskey and then we could sit on Friday night. And then,
you know what, Avi? Before we keep going, Avi, on the last stream, you actually promised us a free party if Adam Bandt loses his seat. I don't know if you're trying to skip over that little tidbit.
I want to see the evidence of that before we get
on the stream. You promised a party.
Hold on, there's
everyone.
A technical issue here. I can't hear you properly.
We
won the free party.
We had a $500,000
We won the free party. Adam Bandt is out. We won the free party. So there is a video clip of it. Guys, if you can find it on the previous stream, please clip it and put it on X and ask Avi Yemeni for the party. He will fund it himself and invite all of Melbourne to it. So
okay,
find that, guys, and put it online.
I think we should.
Party 3,000 years ago.
I think somebody, listen, Zionist, sit down. I think there's somebody actually messaged me today. He owns his mate he was at the lockdown protests, a WOG, and he messaged me with a photo reminding me who he is, legend. And one of his mates, I think the other guy in the photo, he might be watching this. He sent me a thing going, hey, my mate owns the restaurant bar in Adam Bandt's electorate and he wants to host a a farewell to Adam Bandt. So maybe Rukshan, we can organise that party. I'll reach out to him. Maybe we'll do that party. But what I found interesting is what happened at the end of the night, right? So we had to drink our sorrows away, and things got exciting, and we got to condemn Babette for his trumpets of whatever they are, and Rukshan tried to back him, whatever. That's another story. But then you could see the trend going against the Greens, and Abbie Chatfield, who was so excited, decided to go online to explain why it wasn't really a trend against the Greens. Now, I want to watch it, and then I want to unpack it now 3 days, because it was 3 days ago. It got 23,000 likes. And it's funny because it's almost convincing until the facts get in the way.
Greens, and you're walking around today a little bit smug, I just want to let you know that smugness is pretty unjustified. And every time you comment something like, sucked in the Greens, you're completely out of power, what a pathetic campaign, attach yourself to Abbie Chatfield, and this is what you get, losers, you got no power anymore at all, sucked in, everyone's leaving the Greens because they're a party of hate and division.
I just want to stop there a second, because I think I didn't see, this is what a narcissist she is, right? I know you're blushing, you like her, it's fine, and she may or may not have lent you some of her toys or whatever, but the point here, firstly, just a side point, is she made it about her. Like, I haven't seen anyone on the internet saying that the Greens lost because they attached themselves to Abbie Chatfield. I've seen a lot of people saying that they attached themselves to Gaza, to Hamas, to everything but Australia, everything against Australia, if anything. I haven't seen anyone but her mention Abbie Chatfield.
Yeah, I mean,
the hate and division part's true about what's happening there, and also them just becoming the hate and division party, whether it's issues to do with Australia, welcome to country, everything to do with Australia, the Australian anthem, the Australian flag, Australia Day. The hate and division is true. That's what people... But nobody was saying anything about Abbie Chatfield. But that's a side note. Who cares? Let's pretend that's what we said, right?
You're actually embarrassing yourself.
Do you like when she does that with her hair, Joel?
Mate, swooning.
Because you're showing that you don't understand the voting data that's pretty easy to read. Let's have a look, shall we? And if you're a Green supporter, don't fret too much. While obviously it would have been great to gain some seats in the House of Reps, or at least keep them all, this result, and if you look at the voting data, it actually looks good. So hold on and let's have a look at what's actually happened. For all the freaky little weirdos on the internet saying...
Okay, so firstly, her source for all this, just so you know, is the Greens website.
Yeah.
The data is so easy to understand that Abbie Chatfield couldn't even go on the Electoral Commission's website to break it down for you, or even ABC or whatever Rukshan's using there.
Yeah, or even SBS.
She went to the
Anything
Greens
but the Greens.
website, but she went early on, because in a second we'll look at that data, won't we, Joel?
That people are leaving the Greens in high numbers. That just simply isn't true. As we can see here, the Greens have secured the highest ever vote in history, okay? That is the national vote. It's obviously different and represented differently because of electorates, but as a whole, there are more Australians than ever that have voted for the Greens. So no, people aren't leaving the Greens in droves. The reality is people are leaving the coalition in droves. In fact, we can see here, the coalition is on track to one of its lowest ever primary votes since the party was formed in 1940. The coalition...
The only true statement she's talking about here is from an actual website, news site, as opposed to the Greens website.
...is losing favour, not the Greens. The majority of the seats that changed hands this election went to the Labor Party, which kind of indicates that traditionally Liberal voters are changing to vote for Labor in this election.
All right, I don't think we need to watch the end. The point is, can you bring up the data for the national vote for the Greens? Because was it under 1%? How much was the national vote for the Greens?
Let's have a look.
It was more than that.
5%.
It's more
Sorry,
than 1%.
What was that? What is it at? And what was last year's national? Can you bring up both?
So the Greens got 11.7%
11.7.
of
Sorry,
the national vote.
That's right.
So it's down. It's a down 0.05%.
So there. Sorry, that was my mistake. The 11.7 down 5%. So it is not the most. So when they say it's the most national votes, the most votes in history, maybe per person, it might actually be because we've got a bigger population 3 years ago. But they're crashing out, and they got nothing to show for it. In fact, they lost their leader. The lady
They lost 3.
Yeah, they lost 3 seats. Plus, they lost their leader that she was so excited to celebrate. As in, that is the big victory here. And the data that's so easy to read, like, it's the ultimate gaslighting. No, guys, we haven't actually lost. Look over here. And then when you actually look over there, not on the Greens website, they're not up. They're down.
Yeah. Well, it might come to the point of the media bias that you're talking about before, Avi. Like, a lot of people don't want to accept that this is happening to the Greens. They don't want to accept that this is, the current state of the Greens right now is like an unpopular party. They don't enjoy the support like they used to in a meaningful way. And for Adam Bandt to lose Melbourne, something that he's held since, I believe, 2010, he's synonymous with Melbourne. So it's a massive, massive blow to the Greens, whichever way you try to dice it. So Abbie's doing her best, I think, to sell this to that particular audience. But I think it's devastating for the Greens brand overall.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for them to win back some lower house seats. And also, guys, their vote is getting older. I mean, they're Greens. A lot of people are moving on from the Greens and voting Teal and voting for some other independents out there. They're not voting.
That's
for
who I think they
anymore.
lost. I think they gained like the voters that they gained were TikTok, kids that come out. I talk to kids. I got kids that age that are just getting into voting age, and they like the policies. I was talking to my daughter. She's like, yeah, but what about taxing the rich? Like, it's these slogans that sound good to broke kids.
Yeah.
But the older generation have seen the Greens and moved away from the Greens because they see them as a protest party, a party that's full of hate and division. And in the last year and a half, they haven't done themselves any favours. And look at, for example, Samantha Ratnam.
Yeah.
I'm voting for Gaza this time. I'm changing my vote for Gaza this time. Let's change our votes for Gaza this time. Let's get out there and do it for every single Palestinian who struggled for over 70 years, for every single Gazan child who's suffering right now. We hold them in our hearts. I'm voting.
She lost
that's
her
the real
seat.
question. Can you guys keep it going for the state election? Can you get these Greens out in the upper house and in the lower house for the state election? It'll be very interesting to see if you can in November next year.
Yeah, definitely. But that video shows, Avi, like these Greens, Samantha Ratnam, and I don't claim her as a Sri Lankan, even though
She's one of yours.
She's one of us. But look, it's embarrassing that we live in Australia and you have a party like the Greens who were not really set up as a party that was dealing with foreign issues as such. They were an environmental style party, and now their whole policy platform seems to be about supporting acts of terrorism, if you want to look at it that way. And I don't think it's resonating with Melburnians, especially in Victoria, because that's where the protest capital has been week after week after week. And perhaps this vote against Adam Bandt is a reflection of the fact that people have rejected that. And I think the Greens have really lost their way by trying to court that vote, because it hasn't turned out for them. It hasn't worked out for them whatsoever. And, a lot of people see them. I talk to a lot of ordinary people, and they see them as a party that doesn't represent anything that's happening in Australia. They see them as a foreign issue policy party. And some people associate them directly with being a party that supports terrorism. I mean, why would you want to taint your political party in this way in Australia? It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. And even Labor hasn't been so insane to paint themselves in this corner, even though they've of course, been accused of acting in a similar manner. They've been restrained, whereas the Greens have just gone all in on this terrorism stick and said, hey, this election, let's make it about Gaza, when so many Australians were suffering from, cost of living and all these other issues we've talked about. It's insane. And I think they deserve the defeat that they're seeing, especially in the lower house.
Can I be frank about the Greens and where they're coming from? There's a lot of people out there that genuinely take the side of Palestine. Not Hamas, they take the side of Palestine. Now, they don't touch the Greens with a 10-foot pole because they know the Greens are just doing this for votes. And they're just doing this because it's the invader versus the colonialists, the colonialists versus the indigenous sort of people. That's why they take it like that. It's that worldview, the postmodern worldview. And there's a lot of people that are smart. They pick up on that. They realize the Greens are disingenuous. They don't actually care about the Palestinians. They don't actually care about freedom. They don't care about freedom because if they were, they would have been out there protesting during COVID. And so I think a lot of people could see through that disingenuous support. And also, may I remind everyone that the Greens in, I think, the last week of Parliament brought a fish into the Parliament. I think it was Sarah Hanson-Young brought this massive fish. And she was screaming like a Sheila with this fish in the Parliament, this Tasmanian salmon or something.
Yeah.
I had to get this.
They're all about theatrics.
Because I suddenly got a bunch of legal threats from Greenies
I saw that.
candidates and alike, and they were saying that Adam Bandt's gonna sue me because I said yesterday, May 4th, no, 2 days. What are we? 3 days ago. It was quite clear that Adam Bandt was losing a few days ago, and I go, it looks like Hamas is about to lose its Australian leader. And, I stand by it because I got legal advice, and
isn't that like a public truth? What's the term for it? Like, because people in general discuss him in that vein because that's what they see him doing.
The reason why that's okay. So there's a few things like you have a bit more leeway with a public figure and a politician, but it's more that no reasonable person would read that and go, he was the Hamas leader of Australia. So it's doesn't matter that it's not true. It's clearly a joke. Although, is it?
I think it's a great area. They went out of their way to send you a legal threat. Mate, like that's the best thing. They should be training.
This guy Omar Sakar, who was running for the Greens in Blaxland. He was the one that on October 8 was celebrating the October 7 attacks as they were happening, and he's like the poster boy of the left. He's all about tolerance, like every single far left wing issue. He is the one that's on, ABC, and he comes off so gentle. He's a poet, but then when you read his poetry, it's all anti-Australian hatred. Anyways, he says he's very upset because he Blaxland. In fact, there was a swing to Labor. Bring Blaxland up.
It's already up.
Oh, there you go. So there was a swing, I think, to Labor. Does it show you here the swings?
It doesn't show you the swing.
On the ABC, it shows you. It was a few percent swing to Labor with all the nonsense that was going around between the Greens there running on an absolute Palestine platform, and then there was also an independent there from Muslim votes that's running also just on a.
There we go. There's a swing there.
Yeah, so it shows you there. Look how big the swing is too. Like the swing was actually quite large. And the other guy that had the chance, that's Ahmed Oud. He was the Muslim votes candidate, I believe, which is interesting because it's my next comment, and then actually it's a good segue into what I was about to talk about. The super chat, thanks from Nigel here, says Muslim will outbreed everyone over the next 30 years and migrate here. Sharia law will take over and the far left won't exist. I'll be voting Muslim parties next time to speed up this process. And I think that's all being a bit funny because thanks, Nigel, for the $10. I hope that's he's just like Adam Bandt is the Greens the Hamas leader. I think that's his tongue in cheek. But it does bring me to the interesting point of our good friend Fatima Payman, who started that whole Muslim vote.
Australia's voice, which, as Drew Pavlo, who's a good friend of the show, he calls it Payman's Islamist sectarian party. Australia's vote fails to crack 1%. That's where I was confusing my numbers. That's why I was
getting
But
confused with
I
the Green.
can tell you what, guys, don't not take these guys seriously. I mean, at a state level, they will get upper house members in New South Wales because we have one electorate. We don't have 8 regions. Like, they will get people up 1, maybe 2, and they could hold the balance of power in the next New South Wales Parliament. If they're getting 20%,
in the state election, it'll be so if they're getting under 1% of the vote, which is what he's saying. Do you want to go look that up and see if
who's
is that Australia?
Yeah, I'll bring it up.
Australia's Voice.
Yeah, but the problem is
But that's
Australia's
national.
Voice doesn't take into consideration the independents that aren't getting those votes tallied. I mean, Ahmed Oof, who got 20% in
Ahmed Wolf
Blackstone,
he had a big thing.
but
he's not part of her, is he?
Well, no, and the problem is Muslim Vote Matters. They endorsed 8 to 10 candidates that won't register with Australia's Voice. Like, they won't actually register.
No, sure. So there's two things though here that are true. There's Fatima Payman's party, which couldn't crack 1%, which means when Fatima Payman goes up for the next election, because she got in as Labor, she crossed the floor on Palestine, she got in on Labor, started her new party, couldn't crack 1%. She's not getting in next election. There's
No.
If the numbers are anything like they are now, which there's right now, there was a swing to Labor in some of these areas. She's not getting in.
That's right.
So, and so she's not a threat. These other ones in certain seats, they seem to be pulling, but they're still failing to beat, for now, the Labor Party. But this is also at the height of the war. Like, I don't know, in a few years, depends where we are with the Middle East as to whether this will still be people's number one issue in that area. Like, everyone voting for him, for any of those parties, anyone voting for them now, it's because they're voting for Gaza.
Yeah, look, it's hard to say because Labor does neglect these areas. Some of the least developed areas are these areas like McMahon and Blaxland and all of that. And a lot of these Muslim leaders and these Christian leaders in the West, they get grants during COVID. They get grants not long after endorsing The Voice. And the real question is, do these have strings attached? But it's going to get to the point where these Muslim candidates and these Muslim leaders, they start to leave Labor and they start to endorse these independents. And the vote needed to get in at a state seat is half what you need for the federal seats. It's half. And if they run for the upper house as well, you only need 3% of the vote to get an upper house.
So look, let's look at Blaxland, for example, right? You got the independent. How many votes has he got?
He got, where is he?
20. All right,
There's no independent. He got 15,000 votes.
There you go.
Give or take. 15,700. 15,100, sorry.
What do you need to get into the Senate?
Well, you need about, in the upper house of New South Wales, just for the state level, you need roughly about 150,000 votes.
I guess if that, so, and how many, what are the other ones that ran? So there you have 15,000. What are one of the other ones that ran and did well?
Yeah, there's a few, there's 8 of them. I think there were 5 in New South Wales. Dr. Ziad in Watson, for example.
Watson,
there's a bunch
Watson. So we've got 15,000. Watson has...
But this is my point, mate. They only ran 5 in New South Wales. They could have run more with more time. And if you have an upper house,
you think they can get across the line with one upper house seat?
100, at least one, maybe 2, maybe 3, depending on how well they get organised.
That's going to be a worry for New South Wales.
Well, yeah. Look, New South Wales is the epicenter. Half the Muslim population in Australia lives in New South Wales. But just like the Middle East, people don't vote along religious lines exactly.
But that's the other thing. Like those votes are always going to be split because there's also, if you know anything about the Middle East, there's an internal sectarian, and that will go to so many levels that I can't see them all concentrating into one aligned voice. And you see that even at what's his name in Blaxland, the one that actually won, which is Tony. What's his name? What's his name?
Jason Clare.
Jason Clare.
Jason Clare.
Yeah, and you look at his celebration party. They were all Muslims. They had
Tony Burke.
the
That
Lebo
was
drums.
Tony Burke.
Tony Burke,
Yeah.
sorry. What did I
That
say?
was the one. The Lebo drums. Yeah, but this
Oh
is the
no,
thing, guys.
I thought that was his. Oh, so that's not Blackstone. Where's Tony Burke? Tony Burke's in
Watson.
in Watson. No, it is Watson,
Yeah. So
which is all that area too.
What we need
Let's
to keep
read
in
all the
mind,
citizenship
though,
ceremonies.
what we need to keep in mind though, is during the freedom movement years, a lot of Muslims were with us. A lot of Muslims.
Yeah.
A friend of mine was on the show. Moe, he ended up coming on, and he basically talked about some of the things people need to worry about as being Muslim voters. The Muslim Vote Matter group, they are not for your values. They will not push back on the voice. They actually are aligning themselves to a lot of the Aboriginal stuff. They supported the voice. There's a lot of things that they won't move on that they really ought to, like abortion, like to birth. There's a lot of things that we're not actually in alignment with. Like with climate change, they're not going hard against net zero. And that's where we've got to be careful. There's a lot of Muslims on the grassroots. They oppose the voice. Some of the highest no voting areas were these very seats. They're against same-sex marriage. They're against a bunch of these things that we have agreement on. But unfortunately, these Muslim candidates, specifically the one running for Blaxland, he's more aligned to supporting the voice. So we've actually got to educate Muslims about who these people really are and what they actually stand for.
I'll leave that to you because they ain't going to listen to me.
No, they won't.
I wanted to ask you about this video here. Let's play it. So what are we watching there? Where is that?
So I just came back from the New South Wales Parliament, and I kind of had to drive back, but I ended up seeing 10,000 people outside the New South Wales Parliament basically protesting against the forcing of religious hospitals and care workers to do abortions. There's actually a law that the New South Wales Parliament is currently debating amendments on in the upper house. And all these people turned out, and the news broke live that Adam Bandt had lost his seat. So Joanna called it out, and everyone was just laughing and clapping and cheering, and no one likes the Greens.
Oh, that's Joanna. Yeah, I know. What's her last name? Dr. Joanna.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So,
awesome footage.
Yeah, and it was good. Look, it was good fun. It was good fun.
Okay, so
this is the reality.
Let's summarize the lower house before we move on just quickly to the Senate, and then go on to reacting to your debate, which I'm excited to go through and with the audience. I haven't watched it, and you haven't watched it either, Brookshan, have you?
I have not watched it, so it'll be a first for me too.
And knowing now in watching Abbie Chatfield's mental breakdown, and to be honest, I'm sacrificing my time right now from being able to go onto her Instagram and enjoy it as it happens. But it'll be good to react to that. So let's summarize the lower house. What it looks like. The Greens are gone.
Greens are gone, but it's been a total decimation. The Greens have won. It's Labor that won those seats, essentially. The Teals have lost, it looks like, 2 seats in the lower house, but they've gained potentially 1, depending on what happens in Bradfield. So they do still have a presence of about 4 or 5 seats.
But they're useless. They're irrelevant anyway, because it's a Labor has it.
Yeah, pretty much. So Labor's looking like they've had a 88-seat win. As I said on election night when I was saying it's done, I was saying that, look, Albo's like a king now. Like he's like the John Howard of the left in their eyes, and with what he's done. And to put it into perspective, when Kevin Rudd won in 2007, he won with 43% of the vote. But in this election, Albo won with 34% of the vote. So because of preference flow inefficiencies, the amount of people that didn't vote has doubled. It went from 89% down to 77%. So there's enormous apathy from post-referendum. You know, we voted in the referendum, 60, 70% didn't vote for Albo's thing. Then they rammed through the voice staff and the treaty staff and to the truth-telling staff on a state level. People are just disenfranchised. They're like, well, what's the point in voting? So now we've got mandatory voting in Australia, but about 25% of people aren't turning up and voting. I mean, this is an extinction level event, but it means Albo needs less of the votes to govern. And that's why not voting doesn't work. And so we've got a problem. We've got a huge problem now.
No, definitely.
But
you can pull up the screen, Avi. If you pull up the screen, the share screen, I've got it up there. Because they're saying, Joel, that he could end up with about 93 all up once it's all said and done, potentially for Labor.
That's right. That's right. And that's why the Senate is so important, as I said on the nights. Look, salvation lies in the Senate, and depends how these counts go.
Where does it look like the Senate is going?
Yeah, well, we'll get to that. So, yeah, the lower house, essentially, the Liberals have been decimated from inner suburbia and outer suburbia, essentially. In Sydney, they're holding on to a few seats, but the Liberals that held on are left-wingers. And obviously the Liberals are looking at picking a new leader because they lost Dutton's seat. Susan Ley is the favoured on $1.52. Angus Taylor is the second in line, potentially. And so there's a lot of factional wars going on right now, and nothing will be decided on.
Susan Ley, sorry to cut you off, Joel, but she just doesn't come off as someone that can represent kind of like a modern liberal brand. You've probably seen her publicly speaking.
She's nuts, mate. And she's the leader of the left faction.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and she's like fully pro. She's fully pro e-safety commissioner. I mean, there's some horrific videos of her. She's very much like in the vein of Labor light and supporting all of these type of things. So if that's kind of the direction that the Liberal Party want to go in, I don't think they're going to win the next election either, because she's like a massive downgrade. And whatever you think of Dutton, I think Susan Ley will get just slaughtered in debates or anything that she comes up against as an opposition leader. She just doesn't seem to have what it takes when she's in the media anyway.
Just to jog your memory, Susan Ley, when Bishop was stabbed a year ago in the bloody eye, he ended up she came out and said, we will support Labor and provide them the numbers to back a bill that forces Elon Musk to take this video off all of our platforms. That's what she said. And Dutton was contradicting her and said, no. Dutton said, no, we are not doing that. I think he did that because he saw the Bishop came out and he said, I think the video should stay up and we should support truth. But this is who she is. And she's someone that under the Morrison government, she is someone that would have 100% supported the e-safety commissioner because it came in from the Liberals. And so, no, guys, this is the Liberals. If you think they're going to learn their lesson and go further right, they're going further left. They're talking about quotas for women.
Well, you've been watching that on the mainstream media since Sunday. The entire narrative has been the reason why Dutton lost is because he was too Trumpian, which is absolute nonsense. And he was too conservative. He was too right-wing.
Yeah.
Dutton was working so hard to pretend that he was Labor light. And if anything, I think that's what cost him it. I think the timing with the whole Trump tariffs, all that, but his reaction to it by acting Labor light, so always going halfway to what Labor was doing, people were going, well, why would I vote for the halfway when I can go all the way with this guy? But I think the Liberal Party, they're going to make the mistake to follow the media's lead because they're a bunch of
I mean, those rumblings are there. Like, they're already talking about scrapping some of their nuclear plans and some of those ideas that they had.
I watch ABC all day, and they're the ones actually. ABC leads the Liberal Party.
From the front.
They lead the Liberal Party. The Liberal Party follow what ABC says.
I don't care what you guys
think. Tim Wilson might actually be up for contention as well as a leadership candidate, and he just, bet Zoe in Goldstein, but he's actually come out in favor of nuclear. So I think they need someone like this who's willing to back some of the big ideas that the Liberals had, and not just back down now because they ran an awful election campaign.
Keep pushing at it because the thing is, the nuclear will be popular when we start having blackouts. When people start realizing that there's problems with this renewable stuff that they're trying to push. When it starts to fall apart, people are going to be looking and going, oh, yeah, that's right. These guys were giving us a better alternative. Let's go with them.
Yeah.
But the only thing in this election that they stood firm by was nuclear. But everything else, they were almost halfway to Labor. And even when it came to energy, it was like net zero by just why? Just act strong and have convictions. Otherwise, we need something like they have in the UK. We need a Nigel Farage. We need somebody to build a new Conservative Party from the bottom up. We have a different system, so I don't know how it would work here. Don't know. But as it stands now, the Liberal Party is set to lose the next election just by the numbers because they got to do something amazing to flip all those seats back. But they're not going to do that. It looks like they're going to end up going more left, which is more of the same problem.
You know who won more seats? It was John Howard in 2005, was it? He won 93 seats, more than Albo. Albo won 90, basically. And that flipped in 3 years. It flipped over to Kevin Rudd. So these things can flip. But the problem is you need the right leader. You need to articulate a message. You need to actually be able to get that across the line. The other thing I'll mention is on election night, I didn't mention that this was a rerun of the Victorian election. And this is why I was so confident about the result. We had 9 freedom parties and we had a Liberal Party in name only. They were not Conservative. If you remember, the Victorian Liberals, they were saying, we're going to do like a 70, 80% net zero, which was higher than federal Labor. We had the Liberals saying that. And they were trying to be Labor light, and they lost. Dan Andrews got back in, someone that our movement considers to be Hitler, and the Liberals were feckless, and the Freedom vote got split from 9 different parties. And that's how Albo is winning on such a low vote. It's because we don't have preference discipline. We're not organised. And, I mean, these Freedom parties, we're going to get into the Senate, but if they were one party, they would get a senator in every state. That is what the numbers show right now.
For sure.
Guaranteed.
All right, looking at the Senate, because that is either our saving grace or let me ask you this. So essentially the Senate has to approve any new legislation, has to get through the Senate. That's why it's protecting us. That's our final protection, right? But if it turns out, which it may turn out, that the Greens actually hold the balance of power there, then we're back to square one, aren't we? Because their agenda, they will push through the lower house by saying, all right, you want to get anything through here, you're going to have to work with us.
Look, that's
the danger that we still face.
I've got to be straight with people and be honest. I was looking at the numbers on the night. The problem with the Senate is the way it works is each state, the 6 states, they get 12 senators. Each territory gets 2, but they have to go up every election. We only have half the Senate going up this time. The other half from 2022 isn't up for grabs. And as I mentioned on election night, we are already at a deficit of two left-wingers. So the left already have 2 on us from the last election. So we're already 2 down. This election, in the ACT, Pocock got up and Labor got up. So now we've got a deficit of 3. And I'm starting to look at the stats for each state, and it's not great. It's really not great.
Let's go state by state. Let's look state by state.
Sure. So if we look at New South Wales, so the ACT and the Northern Territory, they're done, basically. The ACT, Pocock's up, and then Labor's up. So that the Liberals failed to get another one to cancel out Pocock's vote. In the Northern Territory, the Liberals got 1, just in a price, and Labor got 1. So they basically cancel each other out.
Yeah.
In New South Wales, the battle is between a couple parties, which is interesting. It's between Labor and One Nation, essentially. Labor is on 0.67 of a seat, and the One Nation candidate is on 0.41 of a seat. Now, this is probably one of the most encouraging states because if you look at the amount of votes below the 2 of them, there are enough votes to get the One Nation candidate up, but maybe just. It depends how efficient the preference flows go. I won't go into the numbers, but essentially there's enough to get a right-winger up in New South Wales. It depends how these preference flows. If people followed the turning point cards, if they actually did their research, it'll flow to the One Nation candidate. So New South Wales is a potential. It's probably the second most likely to get one up.
For One Nation,
Victoria,
potentially.
Wait, hold
Is that what you
on.
meant?
Yeah.
I'm just counting based on what you're saying. So right now you're looking at between Labor. Peacock he votes with the Greens, doesn't he?
Yes, pretty much.
Okay.
He's good on some things. But not all things.
Okay. So you've got they're 5 with ACT. So you got 3 they're 3 ahead from the last one, and then 2. Is that right?
So from the last election, they're 2 up.
Oh,
so
2
it leans
up.
2 to the left.
Yeah.
Because they got an extra one in WA and Tasmania last election. They got payment up, if you remember, and they got a Lambie up in Tasmania. So they've got net 2 from the last election.
So then your ACT, that gives them net 4.
That's right. Net 3, actually, ACT. Because
pull up ACT. No,
because it's one Labor. It's one Labor and one Pocock.
Yeah, so you're not counting Labor. You're counting.
That's What we want to know is
Who's
how many.
Yeah.
How many were the Liberals meant to get? They didn't get. So they were meant to get Pocock. They didn't. They failed. Pocock got the first spot. So we're now down 3 in terms of the balance of power. The Northern Territory, the Liberals got 1, Labor got 1, so they cancel out.
Yeah.
So we're still 3 down. New South Wales, the 6th spot is in play right now. It's in play between Labor and between One Nation, essentially. There's about 0.07% of a seat, which is separating them. So we're really hoping people's preferences flow. In Victoria.
So that's literally on the 1 seat. So that'll give us 1 up if those flow properly.
That will not
knock us down to 2.
It actually keeps the number at 3 still.
Okay, because that just evens out the Senate in New South Wales.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Think of the balance of power as like
so it doesn't help. That one we have to win.
Yeah,
Go on.
Literally. If we got 4 in New South Wales, that would be +1. That's how we're going to think about this. So in Victoria, it's similar to New South Wales. It's between Labor and it's between One Nation. However, it's a bit of a 3-horse race. You've got Labor on 0.44 of a seat. You've got One Nation on 0.3 of a seat. And you've got legalized cannabis. That is Fiona Patten, former Sex Party.
Oh, no.
On 0. On 0.27. Now, the problem is 100%. The problem is in that state, there is 0.35 of a seat below them from the left, which could flow. And there's also 0.6 of a seat for the minor right parties combined, which could flow to help One Nation. So all in all, if you add all the remaining left-wing votes and all the remaining right-wing votes, the difference is 0.16. So it's tight, but it's possible that we still get One Nation out. That's that's Warren Pickering from Victoria. So New South Wales is in play, Victoria is in play, but even if they get up, they just cancel out the other side.
Both of them are cancelling out, so you're still down.
We're still down 3. Now, Queensland, Queensland's an interesting one. It's a really interesting one. It's a 3-horse race. It's between One Nation, Malcolm Roberts. It's between Gerard Rennick, and it's between legalized cannabis. Malcolm's on about half a seat. Gerard's on a third of a seat. And then legalized cannabis is on 0.26. Now, when you add all the left-wing votes combined and all the right-wing votes combined, we have 0.64 of a seat left over. So we will get someone up, but we don't know if it's going to be Gerard or Malcolm. And the interesting thing about it is Malcolm's on 0.5 of a seat and Gerard's on 0.33 of a seat, but there's a whole half a seat below them in preferences that could flow to them. And how did these other parties preference each other? They preferenced Gerard over Malcolm. So Gerard could get up. It's actually still in the air. So if that happens, that's still even. So we don't get a net 1 from that either.
There's no chance we're getting them both up, is there?
It's possible, but I don't think it'll happen.
Yep.
It's possible, but I don't think will happen.
So
we
one
just
of them
didn't
is
get
coming.
enough.
So Queensland is cancelling one out for sure. It's cancelling itself out. If anything, we get one extra by miracle, and then would be two.
In Queensland, it's even.
Yeah,
it's even. So it's two Liberal, maybe Malcolm or Gerard, and then it's two Labor, one Green. So that's how Queensland's looking. So it's still even. So we're still net 3-0 down from the balance of power. WA is very tight as well. It's a race between Labor and One Nation. The difference in votes is 0.1 of a seat. So that could still go to One Nation. The least encouraging is South Australia and Tasmania. So South Australia, it's between Labor and One Nation. There's about 0.46 of a seat that Labor have more votes than One Nation. And the reason for that is the Liberals they've still got a big gap, and Labor have surged. So that's looking very unlikely. I don't think we'll get someone up there. So that means that might become Labor, and that means we're down 4 for the balance of power.
Wow.
And then Tasmania, and that's what happened last election, by the way. That's what happened last election. In Tasmania, similar situation. And again, I mentioned it on the night, didn't help when you had some parties preferencing Lambie over One Nation. It's a fight between Lambie, Labor, and One Nation. There's a version of this where Lambie loses her seat to Labor. Lambie's on 0.5 of a seat. Labor's on 0.5 of a seat. And One Nation is on 0.36 of a seat. And the difference between the total left-wing votes and the total right-wing votes is 0.77. So they've got so many votes. It's unlikely we get anyone up in Tasmania. We won't see Pauline Hanson's daughter in Parliament, I don't think, in Tasmania. There just wasn't enough votes. So that's going to be net 5, so -5. So
is that more likely to be Labor or Jackie Lambie that gets that? What do you think?
I think it leans Labor, but it's hard to say. The point is it'll be Lambie or Labor. Now, regardless...
Because let's just remember who we're talking about.
Actions isn't called discrimination. It's called being, you wouldn't believe it, a goddamn bloody adult. That's right as being an adult. It's putting others before yourself. And that's what this country's supposed to be about. I've got things wrong.
That was a good warm-up for the debate. Oh, God.
She's nuts.
Anyway,
I wouldn't mind if she's out of the Senate, to be honest. There's some good qualities about her, but I think she just goes on some unhinged, just crazy rants that just are unhelpful against Elon Musk. I think she deleted her ex as well. She's all over the spot. I mean, she's not really a freedom-friendly person.
So that would be... That would be
so
-5. But can we count who's actually got the 5? Who's the balance of power? Is it the Greens or is it?
So it's the Greens. So the total, what ends up happening is you end up having a crap ton of Greens. You end up with a crap ton of them, like 26 or something. And then in order to pass any bills, so they end up with like 28 for Labor. In order for Labor to pass a bill, they have to either go to the 11 or 12 Greens, or they have to go to Liberal. That's the only way they pass bills. So this is even more firmly placed the balance of power in the Senate for the Greens. That's what's happened.
That's shocking.
In the last parliamentary term, Labor had to go to the Greens as well as Pocock or Lambie. But in this parliamentary term, they just have to go to the Greens because they gained so many Senate spots off Liberal, and also they kept the Freedom parties out. So it's not a good story. And the Freedom parties really ought to have their head thrown into a dry wall, because they would have got a senator up in every state if they were one party. And the Liberal vote has collapsed so much that the Freedom votes are the ones that have been getting their second senator up. That's what I've seen in the stats. So elections have consequences. And this is the problem. We've now got this baked in for another election. The senators that get up this time, we're going to have to deal with in 2028. Unless, look, guys, can I just give people a glimmer of hope?
Well, I think better, because you've just ruined the night.
Look, Abbie will cheer you back up. The glimmer of hope is if Labor can't get their agenda up, and this is what I've been talking to a lot of experts in the field. If they can't get their agenda up past the Greens, and the Greens are stupid, and they throw a hissy fit, and they don't pass any bills, and if Liberal also block everything, Labor doesn't have enough votes from the other independent senators to pass anything. They may do what's called a double dissolution election, where they dissolve the entire Senate. If they do that, you can thank baby Jesus. Avi, you can thank baby Jesus.
I don't think they'll do it, though. I think the more likely outcome, you think they will do it?
Let me tell you why, though. I think you are. Let me tell you why. Because if we do that, in order to get a senator up in Victoria, you need 14% of the vote. In a double dissolution election, it's 2-for-1. So you only need 7% of the vote. So the Freedom parties could get minimum 6 to 12.
And are you telling me this is a way to get rid of Babette?
Well, 100%. Babbitt will run again. I reckon. Yeah. If it's a double dissolution, we get minimum 6 senators. You hear what I'm saying? Minimum 6. And maximum 12 or 13.
So work it through with me. Why would Labor want to do it just because they can't get anything? Aren't they more likely to make deals with the Greens?
Look, if the Greens say no and the Liberals say no, which has happened many times in the past, Labor will either not pass that time, or if they think they're that confident and their hubris gets the best of them, they will call a double dissolution. They will dissolve. The Prime Minister has this power. He can dissolve the entire Parliament and say, I can't pass anything. And this is how we've got people up in the past. Malcolm Turnbull, I think he did that. He was the last one to do that. If we do this, we get an army of freedom fighters in the Senate, an army. And
so is it just they're just running the Senate, or they're doing everything, the whole Parliament? So it'd be
the whole Parliament. Oh. In a normal election, we have the whole lower house, and we have half the Senate. So that's what we just did. But in a double dissolution, we have the whole lower house and the whole Senate. So that's why I'm saying, look, there's a glimmer of hope. If Albo gets frustrated...
There is no chance Albo is going to come off his throne.
It's happened.
Do you think
before,
in these kind of circumstances we are in as a country that Albanese will feel it's the right thing to do as well? Like,
although he might, because Liberals so knocked out, he's got no competition.
Well, look, I was listening to a few lefties, and it's important to understand all the sides of politics. But they were saying that part of the reason why the Greens lost, it's not just the other stuff you mentioned before, but it's also because they were so childish on certain bills that they didn't pass, like housing and a bunch of other things. If they do, that's why they lost a lot of the lower house seats. But if they do that same thing in the Senate, and Albo feels like he is winning the PR battle, he will kick the asses of the Greens. He will wipe them from the Senate as well. But it'll be good for us as well to actually run candidates for the Senate. And so, look, that's the glimmer of hope I see in this. We might be back at the polls in 18 months.
I don't know. I'll run. I'll run as a senator.
Ask around.
I'm ready, Joel. I'll run as a senator. Back me up.
You should run against Samantha. No, not as a senator. Run in the lower house against Samantha Ratnam.
Oh, that'll be fun.
All right. Well, Joel, thanks for we came in all excited with the news that Adam Bandt. Look, you're not going to ruin that for us. You're not going to ruin Adam Bandt for us. You're not going to ruin Zoe Daniel. You're not going to ruin that it looks like Kyong, Monique Ryan. You're not. I know you want to ruin it. I know you want to ruin all of it. You're not going to. I'm not going to let you. And fine, we'll take your little hopeful wish that in 18 months we're going to have a double dissolution election.
We could.
We're going to watch your debate in 2 seconds. There's only a few super chats. Let's just read a few of the super chats and go into the debate. Go, Rukshan.
This is from Made in Australia. They say, thanks for $3. They say, this country has anti-man and Christian values by. Yeah. I mean, some people make that argument all the time. That is actually, heavily. True. It's true, yeah. Anti-Christian, anti-male, definitely. Alex says, hi, Avi. Adam Bandt has just lost his seat. When will the celebration begin? I think Alex wants you to fulfill your promise, Avi, and hold that party. The party. I'm not going to let that party go. I need to see the party. So
I think
we're
we've got to
definitely
do
gonna have
the party. I think the party's got to happen.
Yeah. The green ball. We're going to have lots of carbon emission at the ball.
Yeah.
Ebony Jane says, Daniel going postal, no doubt. Perhaps in reference to Daniel Andrews. Let's see, who knows?
I reckon at the party for Adam Bandt in his electorate, we just get some fossil fuel and just burn it.
Yeah. We get like
gas.
People do donuts at the front. We'll just overdo all the carbon emissions, because that's the best way to enjoy it. Adam Bandt farewell party in Melbourne. 100%. Giovanni says, hi lads, for the grift. Bandt gone is amazing. Thank you for supporting the grift, Giovanni. $2. We will take it. Abbie will definitely take it.
Giovanni, we need the grift a bit better.
Should be a 20.
Put a 0 behind it.
BH says, we need these three together regularly. Might need Us versus Agenda as well. If this was once a week, I would watch every time. Be the media we need. I mean, definitely this format of us three. Me and you, Abbie, we're not so intellectual. I can do all the tech stuff. Abbie's got some nice segues into things, and Joel has all the numbers and the facts and the intellect behind those eyebrows. So 3 of us together with our...
I was going to say I have the jokes,
attributes.
but then we have Ruxam walking in here and bagging out your eyebrows.
I had to lay it in there. But yeah, look, I mean, it's definitely a lot of you guys are watching tonight. I think we're 10,000 here tonight. So Giovanni, $5, he's up the grift. He says Labor is still well below 40% primary vote. They are more vulnerable than the 3-seat count shows. Labor likely to F things up over the next 3 years. So Joel, I believe that both parties, their primary vote was around 35%. Like, is that correct?
Yeah. The Liberal got like 30, 33, 34, just under Labor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's very similar.
Yeah. Wow, there's a lot of guys appreciating the educational experience in the chat. I'm sorry, guys, if some of you are listening and you're like, oh, this is freaking boring. But this is where the numbers are at. I'm going to release a Excel sheet tomorrow, which shows you exactly what I was looking like. It's a bit hard to say it. But no, look, that's where it's at. I expect to do at least another 1 or 2 videos before this actually comes out and is finalized. But in Queensland's probably the most interesting. Do we get Gerard or do we get Malcolm?
Yeah. No, definitely.
Mind you, until now, I was just refreshing the Adam Bandt. That I had 3 pinned on my ABC thing and just refreshing it. I find actually credit where credit is due. The ABC format of giving the results is actually super helpful, as opposed to the AC one is just annoying.
Yeah,
just numbers.
You can pin the 3, and I just refreshed it probably every 7 minutes. Yeah. And
well, you guys were saying it on the night. They said, "Oh yeah, you're pulling up AEC," and I said, "Just go to the ABC. The ABC's the easiest,
way better."
And so I follow that every day. I see the percentage count go up. It's the best place.
Yeah. The Rig for $5 says, thanks for the super chat. Rig, hi lads, pretty clear the minor parties aren't getting the job done. People from Freedom Party should join the Liberals. Trojan horse time. Your work. I think this is something that Monica said to us when she came on the stream on election night, and I've seen that being clipped and put online. And a lot of the freedom groups have had mixed views of Monica's opinion that we should infiltrate, Liberal and Labor and change those parties like a Trojan horse from within, and then get the mandate of the freedom movement through that way. But I don't know if that's popular.
Look, it's definitely not popular, but often the hard things to do are the unpopular things to do. And the thing is, you can't lose, because if what you do is you stack the libs and you pre-select people that are like Alex Antic rather than Malcolm Turnbull. If you're successful, you have a guy like Ben Britton running in the party and he can win. That's why they had to get rid of him. But if you fail, you can always go and vote for a Freedom Party anyway. So you almost get 2 votes in a weird way. So you can't actually lose by doing that. And that's the problem. A lot of people don't know this. This is privileged information, but now not so much. But the New South Wales membership has plummeted. Pre-COVID, it was 13,000 members. Now it's 6,000. So it is at its weakest time. It's the best time to actually stack it. But look, I support one Freedom Party, a Greens of the right, and I support people that are in the Liberals like Antic doing a great job.
This proves that what the right has been doing is wrong, because we are splitting the votes, and then what you're finding is you're giving the Greens extra seats.
Pretty much,
100%.
yeah. That's what the results show. So, yeah, next super chat, Avi.
From our friend Daniel.
Daniel says, killing it tonight, fellas. Thanks, mate. Thank you.
Killing the numbers, maybe. Killing your brain cells.
Lisa Peppard says for $10, pro Pally kick and own goal every weekend. They dominate, disrupt Melbourne CBD. It definitely has to have had an impact on some Melburnians.
You're telling me every single Palestinian candidate copped it. The entire Greens party copped it for that. Melbourne is sick of that.
Yeah, and I live in this. It's my electorate. I live in the city of Melbourne, within the city itself, and it is disruptive every weekend. Like there's something going on.
These guys are cheering it on.
People. Yeah,
I think
for a year.
I think Australians have enough issues here. They're saying, can we focus on cost of living? Can we focus on what? Even if you vote on that side of politics, you're thinking, where's your environmental issues? Can we focus on that? Why are we talking about something that we can do nothing about and is on the other side of the world and making that the central protest point of everything? And they do that even in Parliament the whole time. So I think they tied themselves to it because they thought it was a vote winner.
That's right.
Well, didn't they take that big billboard out? They took that massive billboard out.
Free Palestine.
Saying, Free Palestine, like a vote for the Greens is like Free Palestine. Like it's just,
They tied that. And like every party, they're polling and they're thinking and they're strategizing, and it was a conscious decision. But something became interesting to me right at the end there, because Adam Bandt did walk back a little bit, and he did stop in the last few days pushing the Palestine message. And I did see, I think maybe I saw an interview, maybe it was with Tom Elliott. I heard him interviewing him, if I'm not mistaken. And he asked him, it seems like you're walking back, and he got kind of stuck. You could hear him trying to justify the fact that he was walking it back. So they must have done polling right towards the end going, oh, maybe this bet, putting all our cards into this one Palestine thing was not the best idea. Because at the end of the day, like even if you genuinely care about it, which I don't think half of them do, they don't know anything about it. But even if you genuinely care about it, why are you running in Australia? Go run in Gaza City, Khan Yunis. They're looking for a new a new lower house seat. The last one got killed. That's not funny.
Literally, man. I mean, the day October 7th happened, the day after in Sydney, all the celebrations, I was like, what are you guys doing at the Opera House? For God's sake, like it's a conflict 14,000 k's away. It doesn't make my top 300 priorities as an Aussie. It's like, for God's sake, our military is so irrelevant as well. Even if you were pro one side or pro another, it's like we are such a military irrelevance in the world stage. We've got to sort Australia out first.
Yeah. Well, not just military, Joel, like just any kind of pressure we can put on internationally. It's irrelevant. Even the US, our closest ally.
No. What are you talking about? Netanyahu and Trump are scared of Albanese.
Well, did you guys see that clip? Did you see that clip where they asked Trump, and Trump is like, I know that Albanese, we're good friends, but I don't even know who the opposition guy was.
Trump
I know that was quite revealing. That's just Trump being Trump.
Trump's just Trump, trolling. And he's been, and even with, there's another one. He met Mark Carney today, who won the Canadian election, and he's like, yeah, we're good friends. Yeah, no, he's done very good election. But the funny thing is, if you watch Mark Carney in the last debates in Canada, and I was watching him more closely, and he was like, and they even ran attack ads against Pierre Poilievre that he was going to be weak and gutless, and he won't say what he thinks to Trump. And I actually saw somebody on Twitter basically put it together between his ads and his strong, tough talk at the debate, then comparing it to him sitting there like a little girl next to Trump. And Trump's like, Trump's still calling it his 51st state.
He's making the case to annex them. It's so funny. In front of the leader, he's making the case to annex the country. So it's just classic Trump. And I think he knows.
I honestly
who
think
Dutton
Pierre
was and all this stuff,
Polyev
but
would
he's
have
just-
been Pierre Polyev would have been better for Canada to
Yeah.
because I reckon Pierre Polyev, like remember the Apple thing, like he's just got that kind of chutzpah thing where he will.
Well, people mock him for that video now. Like that's like what they're using to mock him now
that's
after
the
losing.
woke right in America.
I understand. I get it. It's
That-
the woke right, but
The woke right in America who are blindly taking a Trump position when they like that's like it's like for us in Australia here if we had somebody that was actually pushing back and did something and then in America they're protecting Trump at all costs. When Pierre Polyev did that, he was the man. Everyone on the right was saying he was the man. Everyone was sharing that video like it was the best thing, and it was cool. Like he was talking to a mainstream reporter, giving zero Fs about him, just chewing his apple. It was great. It was great. Now they're mocking him because suddenly, because he did stuff up. I think Pierre Polyev stuffed up in the lead up, but I admit I don't know. I don't understand the intricate Canadian feelings towards their relationship with America. So I'm not like, I don't know. Maybe Pierre Polyev was right. Maybe he clearly didn't look like he was because he lost it. Anyways. Go,
next super
Reed.
chat. DMAX says the deep state has infiltrated the Liberals. We need to build a new Conservative party before it's too late. So I think this goes back to, we're talking about that kind of third party to wedge against the Liberals, like maybe like a One Nation style party that everyone kind of gets behind. But I don't know if you can really, if it's really easy to rebuild a Liberal Party as it is currently. I think that's a pretty tall order for anyone to kind of rebuild them as a conservative movement. They're all over the shop.
We need a messiah here.
I can't tell you how many new parties are popping up in the last few days from people talking to me about it and where they're going and this and that. And I'm like, oh my God. Like literally these parties, it's like a Catholic rabbit. They just keep having more babies. It's insane. And it's like, we don't need more parties. We need less. We need less parties.
Let's
In
read
fact,
two
the
more
greatest-
super chats. We'll start watching the video and we'll watch other
we
super
should.
chats after.
We should. Rami's fallen asleep, so.
Petard says women shouldn't lead political parties, too soft. Get them back in the kitchen with the sandwiches. She's Leia, yes, woman, no strategies, no policies. I don't know if this is like Andrew Tate in disguise. Thanks for $10. But there has been strong, like a Margaret Thatcher is a very kind of, she's got that strong backing, that history.
And the best thing about a strong female leader, politician who leads the Liberal Party is she can do that plus make the sandwiches at the same time. It's amazing. They can multitask.
Joel, what do you think about like someone like Michaela Cash? Like she's lower house, right?
No.
She seems pretty, not as a leader.
No. I think she's in the Senate. But no, not
She's in the Senate. She's in the Senate.
No,
she's in the Senate. I mean, she's pretty feisty.
Don't get me wrong, she's strong. She's strong. I mean, she was the one that from that tough video where she realized that they were calling the election the day after the budget. If you remember that, she's from that clip, guys. So look, she's strong, but I don't know. I don't think we're going to see a female prime minister in Australia on the right in a while,
unless Rukshan runs.
Yeah,
I do identify as.
Okay, last one, and we'll get back to him.
Catherine says, thanks for the $2, Catherine. Libs go back to We Believe, and TOP was Alt ALP. A bit of a jab at Babbitt's top.
Trumpeter Patriots are alternative Labour.
Alternative Labour, and the Liberal Party need to go back to their We Believe statement, their principles and founding policies.
I agree with that.
Clip.
Guys,
I love that clip you did of that.
Oh, which one?
The one you did where he's like, mate, we didn't even get another Babbitt. I thought it was hilarious.
Mate, you guys don't pick on Babbitt. We should have got him on tonight to have round two.
Round two.
He
didn't even survive round one. Guys, thanks for all the super chats. We'll continue and we'll finish reading them after we react to this video. Appreciate it. So you can go to the super chats on mine and Rukshan's YouTubes, and we will get to them at the end of doing this. I think, let me pull it up, the video. All right, so just explain to us what we're about to watch.
Yeah. So I got approached by SBS. They said they want to do an young influencers debate, And basically, they had a bunch of us influencers come out. On the left, you've got Punters Politics. You would have seen his videos everywhere. He's a guy that sort of supports the Teals and the Greens, loves going after the gas companies and whatever. You then got Abbie Chatfield between next to him. Maybe she needs no... Her call to fame is basically being on one of those influencer sort of TV
reality
shows.
TV shows. What was it? Like the ones where they hook up.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's one of like a Love Island sort of thing.
Yeah, Love Island.
You've got, I don't think it was Love Island. I think is where they're all naked. But anyway,
okay.
You have Hannah next to Abbie. So she's in the middle left. So she's like an influencer online. She runs Cheek Media. Also sells vibrators like Abbie. And she literally, it's called
That's
Cheek
actually
Media.
a thing, huh?
Yeah, no, it's not. I'm not joking. She runs Cheek Media, and she's 26 years old. She's done very well in terms of influence, getting out there. Politicians take her very seriously on the left, and they actually do interviews with her. I do believe she interviewed the Prime Minister. So she's actually someone that I also featured with me in some other story for ABC. But she's actually quite well connected in the space as well. You've then got on the center right, I think her name is Trisha. She's from the Center for Independent Studies. It's like a right-wing pseudo-intellectual think tank, essentially. They, to my horror, they actually are slightly pro-immigration, like a lot of immigration, but they're more conservative on other things. And then next to me in the blue dress, you've got Freya Leach. She's a part of the Young Liberals, the Menzies Institute. She's obviously been very outspoken on the Israel-Palestine issue. She's, I do believe, only 22, so I was actually quite impressed by some of the things she said with the stats on housing and a few other things. And then there's me, a WOG. Don't know how I got there. I think I was the diversity hire because they've only got...
Where's the Friendly Geordies? I would have thought Friendly Geordies would have been right up this alley.
I think he would be platforming them because he has millions more views than SBS. So
that's true.
Yeah, so he doesn't like addressing especially Punters Politics. But anyway.
Oh, he doesn't like him.
No, not at all. Not at all. So look, in short, we debated.
Wait, hold on. I want to know the politics between him and Geordie. What do they fight about?
Well, look, Friendly Geordies doesn't like Punters because Punters is calling out the Labor Party and how they're not going after the gas corporations and the royalties and tax. And Friendly Geordies basically doesn't call him out by name, Punters Politics, because I don't think he wants to give him all the eyeballs and the views. But he does address his concerns in a roundabout way. So I'll talk about that. Yeah, I'll talk about that as we get in. But it's just interesting because you've got Punters Politics backing Teals and Greens. You've got Abbie backing Greens. And you've got Hannah backing, sort of like Greens as well. And then you've got Trisha, I think she backs Liberals. Freya backs Liberals. And then I'm crazy. I back One Nation. I back Rennick in this interview, but it was cut out. And so I'm going to tell you about what was cut out. It was 2 hours.
Tell me if you want me to stop, just let me know. I'm going to put it on 1.25 speed just because who wants to watch it at normal speed?
Okay. No, because Australia actually does have quite a high home ownership rate, and it is relative to other countries. We've brought together some of Australia's most passionate political commentators to talk about the major issues on young people's minds. They're going to be debating a range of statements that are the policies and...
So that's the issue. You're living in...
Worse for Australia.
Hold on.
To combat homelessness, to combat people going hungry, to lift people out of poverty by actually having cheaper energy. I think that both major parties, Liberal and Labor.
Did you say something?
Yeah, there was a prompt there on climate change. They basically said, "What do you think about climate change?"
I don't want to get past the music in case it's copyrighted. I don't want to get a copyright strike for it.
Sure.
So, it says it here. It says it on the side. Climate change, on the top right.
Subscribing to the net zero policy is in net making living standards worse for Australia. It's taking industry away from Australia. It's making business harder to do. And it's increasing the cost of everything with regards to electricity as a result. And so in terms of, is Australia doing enough to combat climate change? We're doing far too much, absolutely.
Huh? What reality are you living in? We're doing too much to combat climate change. Do you believe in climate change?
No, I don't.
Not at all.
So that's the issue. You're living in a delusion.
No,
so you don't actually live in reality.
No, hang on, let me answer your question.
Because what do you mean there's no climate? You don't believe in climate change at all.
Let me be specific. I do, but I don't think that the man-made climate change is as high as they say it is. I think a lot of it's actually natural.
All right, pause it there. They've done a fact check there. They've done a fact check there. They said 97%. SBS have done these fact checks, and this is what I want to pick apart. They've done they said 97% of actively publishing climate scientists agree that humans are causing global warming and climate change. Many scientific organizations around the world, including Australia's CSIRO, acknowledge and work to address human climate. Now, what's deceptive about that? That was based off a John Cook study in 2013. It was a study of almost 12,000, not papers, but abstracts of the papers. And it excluded, that 97% excludes the 66% from that didn't take a stance. So it's a complete bullcrap statistic. It wasn't 97% of the stats. They excluded 66% of the people, of the actual abstracts that were done, the scientific, what they were analyzing.
Let me ask you, did they pose these fact checks in real time to give you a chance to reply? No. So just after the fact, SBS...
Literally.
And let me ask you, before we watch it, I haven't seen it, and I'm already loving Abbie. She's so dramatic.
Yeah.
Did anyone else get fact checked, or is it just the right got fact checked through this? Like
As you go through, I do believe all the fact checks for the right were like this one, pretty much, and all the fact checks for the left were basically affirming what they were saying.
No.
Of course.
Let's mark this down.
It's either affirming or marginally close to what they said.
Let's
but
go
we'll go
left,
through that.
right. So now there's one. I'm marking them down. One bullshit.
Sure. One for the eyebrows. And so they basically, they excluded, of the 12,000 abstracts, they excluded 66% of them to arrive at 97%, which is, so anyone can look this up. John Cook, 2013 study. You can fact check me on this as I were talking. I am insulted that they used that on this audience and thought that they were that stupid. And that normally works if you don't have a mic, but we have a mic, and that's you guys. So share this around. We can continue.
It's tough to have a conversation from that starting point, though, because if you disagree fundamentally with the science, of course you're going to disagree with any action that tries to combat the scientific reality we're facing of global warming levels currently.
Well, put it to a referendum. Ask the people. I think most people would agree with me. I mean, you can...
You want to spend hundreds of millions of dollars asking the general population whether they agree with science?
Do you think as a whole there is a general consensus that climate change is real?
These things are coming hard and fast. I said that it doesn't cost that much if you do it at an election, but they cut that. They cut that out. They didn't even say what I actually said. They
said
it's been edited.
It's been edited to misrepresent kind of what you were trying to make.
Mate.
That's interesting.
Did you not record it? Did you record it?
I did. No, I did. I took one out of Avi's book, a lesson from the debater, from the comedian. I recorded the whole thing by audio, not for a vindictive way. It was to protect myself, a bit like you, Avi. And so I have all of this transcribed. It's all on my phone. It's all ready to go. And they cut me when it said, it doesn't cost that much, cut. And I continued to say, if you do it at an election, it costs much less. Now, that is the truth. The fact check that came up was it said referendums can cost hundreds of millions of dollars. The 2023 referendum on The Voice cost over 400 million. Yes, but if you go back in Australia's history, there were elections where we did the referendums at the same time of the election. There was one election we did 6 referendums, 6, and it didn't cost $1 billion. It was efficient, and that was cut. So they cut what I said, and then they fact check on what was cut. Of course, it's wrong. This is who we're dealing with, guys. And the thing is, Avi, me, Rukshan...
Have you filed a complaint about that one? Have you filed a complaint with... Because that would go against, I imagine, their editorial standards, or also with the the communications thing. They would have
I might need your guidance on this, but these guys... This is what they do to average people.
And it's interesting you make that point in general, doing it at an election. Like in America, at the election, they literally have referendums every election over certain issues.
That's how they approved cannabis in some states. They put it to a referendum. So it's very common. There have been 21 referendums in the past that have been done at elections, and they were all more efficiently costed, even accounting for inflation. They were all, a lot cheaper than what we did today. And so, look, our last election, 2022, it cost 500 mil. If you do a referendum at the same time of it, using the same infrastructure, it is more efficient. That's what I said. It's
makes sense.
Election, it costs less. And so that was probably one of the most egregious ones that they did. But let's go back to it.
And we are all going to die in an awful climate change hellscape
maybe
apocalypse.
not that last one.
Dylan, you know, like I'm just having a bit of a laugh. Things aren't going well, essentially, is what I'm trying to say. Climate change is real and is exacerbated by fossil fuels. And Australia continues to open more and more coal mines, and the only solution that we have from the Liberal Party, for example, is to have a nuclear solution by 2040 while the Earth is dying.
The question was, does Australia do it enough? We do far.
So dramatic. So dramatic.
So that if we can go back 10 seconds, that fact check was affirming what she was saying. It wasn't actually fact checking it on any details. Not that she made any claims, but that just tells you the tone of how this tool is used.
Yeah.
Well,
the Liberal Party is proposing to build several nuclear plants aiming to start producing electricity by 2035.
That's not really a fact check. It's a statement.
Literally. Anyways, we'll go on.
SBS. This is, by the way, this is SBS.
You know, we should have a referendum and defund SBS just to make it poetic. So that's what we should do.
By the way, can I just mention, when I said we'll throw it to a referendum, they said no, because basically we can't trust people, essentially. We can't trust people. Do you know how they'll vote? And I'm like, well, then why the hell are we doing an election? What's the point?
Yeah.
These people hate democracy.
What was the option? What was the dragging at Rukshan to open it up a bit?
Alt drag.
Which is option. No.
Option key.
I just want to show everyone where this is coming from so that there's no questions about it.
Where it's from.
That's good.
Yeah, this is from the SBS YouTube. And this is the thing, guys. Can I just say, before we go on, the SBS people I met there were lovely people. They ran it very professionally. They were lovely to me.
They're lovely to your face. That's the thing. This is the problem.
No, but look, there are a lot of, honestly, I'm not saying everyone there that, you know, was involved with this. What got held up was with the hierarchs in SBS reviewing it. That's what's happened. And the people I met there, they took care of my eyebrows. They had, they had food out and whatever.
Now we know you're lying.
That's how they bribed me, mate. That's how they bribed me.
There's no way they took care of your eyebrows.
There wasn't enough time.
They would have had a lot of time.
Anyway, we can continue.
Solution by 2040 while the Earth is dying.
The question was, does Australia do it enough? We do far too much. The US is out of Paris. India's out of Paris. China's out of Paris. No one's in Paris. So we are doing far too much. And the real problem with that is...
It says, it basically says India and China are still parties to Paris, even though I was being sarcastic. And they didn't do the same thing to Abbie when she was sarcastic later on, by the way. But what they did here was they said India and China are still parties to the Paris Agreement. Obviously they are. An international treaty on climate change. The US stated its intention to withdraw in 2025. The fact of the matter is, when I said they're out of Paris, I meant that they don't have to reduce their emissions. And that's the truth. Until 2030, they don't have to reduce their emissions. And so the level, they could have wrote that in the fact check, but they didn't write that because it's fake news. They don't want you to be more informed about the issues. They would rather just frame me by cutting out what I said and then making out the worst possible interpretation. This conservative guy, he's wrong.
China's out of Paris. No one's in Paris. So we are doing far too much. And the real problem with that is Australians are the ones that are paying the cost.
When you say we,
this is crazy.
Like, who are we talking about when we are doing too much? Because I think the climate debate becomes both a virtue signal for large corporations to pretend they're doing something, and it becomes a scapegoat for every problem in our society, that it's because it's because we built a wind farm as to why our society is crumbling. And the thing that I will forcefully inject into here is that the reason why Australia is suffering with living standards, cost of living, housing, energy, is because there is a set of corporate bludgers who are leeching off the taxpayer in Australia. Like 1 in 3 massive corporations doesn't pay tax. We're giving away our resources. I'm from Newcastle, Coal Town, 12% royalty or thereabouts. Fact check me, fact checks welcome.
Affirms him. Essentially, it's close enough.
That guy is so annoying though. I've never heard this guy talk.
Conrad.
That's necessary.
What?
I said his name's
Looks like-
Conrad. He's actually a good bloke.
You and
I
Geordie
really
have something in common, Avi.
What, we both don't like him. I don't know. Now I'm just like, I find it irritating. I don't know. I've never heard him. I've never listened to anything he said. He just has an annoying tone.
It's because he's trying to shift. It's annoying because he's trying to shift the climate debate to his shtick, which is big gas corporations don't pay enough in tax and royalties and whatever. There was a whole section of this. You'll notice my head bobbling like a Donald Trump head, agreeing with him. There was a whole section of this which was cut where we were in agreement, and I confronted him and said, you shouldn't be voting Greens and Teal. I agree. Your diagnosis is correct, my friend. You should be voting One Nation and Gerard Rennick, because One Nation and Gerard Rennick
I'm
are
just
actually
disappointed in you for not going in there with a camera.
Mate, I was meant to, and then someone let me down.
Rami.
But I won't name
Turn
anyone.
the camera
But my
on.
point is,
Rami,
we were...
what? Rami.
Look at him. You can't trust this guy to do
wait,
anything
hold
right.
on. Rami. What's the truth of that story? What are you eating? What is that? Show us?
Chips, mate.
Chips, bro. Salt
What
and
chips?
vinegar.
I want to see what chips. I'm hungry. Bring it to the camera.
Here we go.
Natural Chip Co. Are they actually
vegan.
good? What flavour?
Vinegar, salt and vinegar.
Oh, salt and vinegar is good, pretty good.
Yeah, so I let Joel pretty down that day. I was supposed to show up with, my little hidden camera just to get his back, but
Why didn't you do it?
I've got my dad in the hospital and a lot of other things. So.
Yeah, it was a tough time. It was a tough time. Yeah,
I can't make fun of you for that. So thanks for ruining the party.
Yeah.
Get back to your chips, Rami.
Yeah. My point is that whole section where we were in agreement was totally cut. And I've got that in the audio. And this is the thing, guys, at SBS. I didn't want to have to record you, but I don't trust you. And now you've proven me right. Conrad, who's not aligned with us on anything, we actually agree on this topic of the corporate bludgers. And One Nation are the only party in the past, they forced Scott Morrison to bring the tax deductibles for these corporations down from 100% to 90%, which brought in $2.6 billion. That's something they did, One Nation. That's not something that the Teals and the Greens did with the balance of power in the last parliamentary term. All of that conversation was cut. And that's what I'm really annoyed at that, because we had a point of agreement on the left and the right on something, and it was cut, because it's almost like they want people to fight. And Conrad you might find him annoying, but he's dead right on this topic, except his solutions are wrong, voting Greens and Teals. Anyways, so we can't really talk much about it going forward because they cut it out, so we can't even see it.
12%. If you ask me, that's a joke. Offshore gas, bugger all. And so there is this conversation around climate change. Are we doing enough? The question when I say is who's paying? Because
doesn't it annoy you? I don't know. Like maybe it's just do you not do enough? Like that tone. It's condescending and.
Yeah.
No?
Mate, it's a cultural. He's got a few million followers. It's a cultural thing. He's just not your style. I think that's all it is.
Rukshan, what about you? Is he too white for you?
This is being clipped and recorded. No comment. I'm not saying anything related to skin color or race. That is what people get me on the most, just for having a decent opinion on things.
Moment, I would kind of like be sympathetic and go, if everyday Aussie punters are paying for this transition, get out.
We are.
Because those bludgers who are currently Japan, INPEX, Exxon, USA, Yancoal, Chinese, they're coming to our country getting, especially the gas I'm talking about specifically, they get it for free, they don't pay tax, they drive up our costs, and we are missing out.
He's got a fact check. What is it? INPEX, ExxonMobil and Yancoal reported paying some tax in previous financial years, including company tax. And he says
what they're doing, guys, what they're doing is they've found a loophole with regards to the tax code, where when you're going and exploring offshore gas, it's quite expensive to explore for it. They're deducting, even in the future, they're deducting very high levels. 100% is tax deductible with the government. Now, what Pauline did was she brought that down to 90%. Bringing in $2.6 billion. So what they've done is they're offshoring the profits so that they don't have to pay tax here. And they can just keep doing that until these oil reserves these gas reserves run out, because the gas reserves only last 40 years. The authority on this is Jennifer Game. She ran for the Senate for One Nation in South Australia. She did all the research for Senator Hanson, which informed me for this debate. And that's what's annoying about this. It's that he's right, but he was backing the wrong people in this election.
What did you think? What are the solutions from the Greens?
Look, the solutions, what they're saying they'll do is they're like, oh, we got to be the tough man. We got to go after these corporations, just like Labor did in the early 90s. And when they did that, they got their socks sued off them, essentially. And this is the problem. A lot of these corporations, they will take you to court internationally, and that'll just keep rolling for 40 years until it's the field's been depleted.
So what's Pauline's solution that's not going to end up in court?
She brought the deductibles down. So the deductibles for exploring these fields, they were at 100% deductible. She brought it down to 90%. So now that 10%
so I'm not clear. Okay, so what would the Greens do? The Greens are not talking about that.
The Greens want to get rid of gas altogether. They want to get rid of the whole thing.
So he wants to get rid of gas. What does he want? You're saying you agree with him. He wants to get rid of gas, or he just wants to... What does he want?
But look, I think both. I think eventually he wants to get... I mean, he should speak for himself, but eventually he wants to get rid of basically oil and gas. But what he really wants is he wants the Teals to come in to properly force Albo to tax the actual big corporations. But that's what Pauline did. And that's why I'm like, mate, you should be flying a One Nation flag, not a Teal flag. And that's where we have that.
He's too white to vote One Nation now.
Yeah, probably. I guess that's why I had to make the point.
On billions.
Freya, I'd love to hear from you because you mentioned on the phone something about young people feeling a lot of climate anxiety. So I guess I think if we get into the weeds of, this scientist says this scientist says that, I think we're not going to get anywhere productive. Humanity and human beings are incredibly intelligent, amazing at innovation, and we have frequently faced these kinds of civilizational moments where it looks like everything is going to implode, and then we have innovated our way out of it. For example, in the early 1900s, there were people that thought London would be covered in horse manure because everyone was driving horses and carriages.
The fact check basically affirms what she's saying, but yeah.
It's affirming what she's saying?
Essentially. It said, yes, there were a lot of horses and there was a manure problem, and they did have to, yeah, I don't even know why they bothered with this fact check, to be honest.
I think it feels like they're just trying to show that they're being evenly spread.
Well, where was all the manure going to go?
Freya, it's a bit different. It's a bit different. It's a little bit different to horse shit.
But then we invented cars, and all of a sudden, something that looked like it was going to be this existential problem, we innovated our way out of. Now, people think that, oh my gosh, emissions, climate change is going to be really bad, but we've invented renewables, we've invented nuclear, we have gas as a good transition, and so we should be moving towards a clean grid. And we can do that. And so I get really sad when I see young people not having children because they're scared about the climate, feeling such existential angst. And I just think that is unhealthy. It's fear-mongering, and we will be okay because we have the technological tools to overcome this challenge.
So are we doing enough in terms of renewables then? If your solution is renewables, are we doing enough? Because we don't have majority renewables in this country. So if you think your solution is renewables, come over this side, Chucky Lala, come to a Greens event with me.
So renewables are fantastic. When the sun is shining, the wind is blowing, yippee-doo.
She's such a...
I mean, look, the women on the right, they're more. The women on the right are a bit more composed.
Yeah.
But the ladies on the left, you can see that they're like, throwing shade, making different gestures with their eyes and their body.
Look at her eyes are going two different directions.
Guys, I'm as cool as a cucumber. I asked Avi on the last, when we did the referendum stream, I said, what prepared you for Israel? She said, mate, the Dan Andrews years being shot at with rubber bullets. I mean, these girls have nothing on what we went in through COVID at the protest.
Yeah, they're full triggered. They're full triggered by people just talking.
Literally. One of them actually said, Hannah, the night after this debate, before they edited everything, she said she cried that night because she felt inept on her story. I actually saved the story where she said
Come
that.
on.
No, she did. I've got, mate, I'll send it to you. And the funny thing is, look, you shouldn't be crying after a very civil debate. You shouldn't. I mean, I don't want to make anyone cry, but I mean,
let's just. Can I get one of those fact check things, and it'll say Babette cried all the night after we confronted him last live stream.
Keep going. I'll send you the video. I got it right here.
Mate, I'll bring it up.
Oh, here we go. This is funny. In a sec.
But what happens at night and when the wind's not blowing? That's when you need baseload power. Currently, currently our baseload power comes from coal. So if we say we want net zero grid, phase out coal, what are we going to replace it with?
Batteries.
Batteries are one option. How many batteries will we need?
Lots.
How much land? I've seen some modelling that shows that to power 100,000 homes for 1 hour with just solar will take about 3,000 AFL fields worth of solar panels.
It sucks that we live in a massive country.
And there's cattle stations, 700
Is it a desert? I think it's a desert.
How many forests is that going to take?
Don't chop them down. That's a silly idea.
But you will have to. And if you look at the zones that have already been identified for these huge industrial scale solar areas that are like almost the size of Tasmania.
Have you seen Newey coal mines?
It is in. Have you like Mount Kosciuszko? There are all these places where they are deforesting to put in transmission lines.
Your original point was that humans have this amazing.
What was that fact check?
It was about Kosciuszko National Park. Transmission lines.
Hydroelectricity, not solar power. So what was? Okay. These fact checks are really wild.
Foresting to put in transmission lines.
Your original point was that humans have this amazing ability to overcome, and I totally agree with you, and it's a wonderful optimistic view. But you're saying the solution is renewables, and we're so amazing at finding solutions to problems, yet let's not do renewables.
But we can't do it.
So what's your
Because
point?
there are environmental concerns with renewables as well.
Yeah, but you're saying
and the cost as well is massive.
But you understand my original point is fighting your original point, which you're saying there's a solution here. We shouldn't have dread about this. But you're saying the solution is there. We agree the solution is there. That's why I'm saying you should come to a Greens event with us, because we agree.
Do you agree nuclear has a role?
Yes, it can have
Okay,
it.
so you do support nuclear.
But I don't support... Hey.
Or you agree nuclear
All right, Sky News journalist.
This seems like a great transition to my nuclear prompt. Australia should move to nuclear power.
I sent you the video, Avi. So Hannah was asked when this is the day the video came out. Well, this is basically what she uploaded after the debate at night. And she basically was asked, maybe we should play it at the end. Maybe we should play it after the whole thing. But she was basically asked by someone, how did you recall stats so quickly and whatever? And she admits on there she cried that night. And I was just perplexed. I was like, why were you crying? Is it because anyways, it was an interesting insight to who I was debating. But I don't think anyone should be crying in these debates. I don't know. Everyone on this, honestly, the self-respect you should have for yourself, the fact that you're interviewing Prime Minister, you should be very proud of that. You shouldn't be crying because you had a rough debate with Joel Jamal or Freya Leach.
So which part does she say what she found so difficult about it?
I think she did. But
that's in that video, in that 1 minute video that you said.
Yeah. If we go from halfway,
we'll watch it at the end.
Yeah, we'll watch it at the end. We'll go on to the next topic. I think the next topic is
we haven't really heard her speaking, to be fair.
Yeah, well, immigration.
She's just giggling along with supporting.
It's very Mean Girls.
Abbie.
It's very Mean Girls.
It is very
vibe.
Mean Girls. To be honest, I'm struggling to watch it. I mean, I don't know if anyone else shares my opinion on this, but it's a bit hard to watch, Joel. Not you guys. You guys are easy to watch, but just constant interrupting and yelling. It's just like, come on.
We'll wait till the next part. Till the next part.
Let's interrupt.
I think that whatever technology works, and I do have a bias towards decarbonising our energy. I think that the community does want not so much action on climate change, but they would like to see a cleaner, greener grid. And I don't know about you, but my power bills have definitely gone up. I live in a very cold part of the country, and my gas bill is crazy. The problem that we've got, and we've got politicians on both sides and activists on both sides that are telling people you can have all three of these things. You can have energy that is clean, you can have energy that is reliable, and you can have energy that doesn't cost too much. And the reality is that we just don't have that right now.
My bills haven't gone up because I have solar, so I get free. So my bills have actually stayed at zero.
Doesn't the nuclear modelling show us, though, that the average electricity bill got by $665?
Well, I think the modelling shows that regardless, if you're going to move to a clean...
And she's full of it straight up. If her bill can't be zero if she doesn't have a battery. If she has a battery, then she spent... I got solar, and it halves your bill, but you still got to pay off the solar panels, which it takes you 5 years. And then on top of that, if you're saying you're paying zero on electricity, it means you have the battery. And the battery itself is like 11 grand. So you're talking about... So you paid in advance. Your bill's not zero. Your bill was never zero. Yeah. It does save me money. The solar does save me money. It was as electricity. It depends when she got it, but still, it was never cheap. She's a liar. Yeah. She's straight up a liar.
Where's the fact check?
Yeah, where is the fact check on that? Because you
can't. Literally.
It really depends when you had it, when you got it. So if she got it 10 years ago, she would have paid it off and be paying zero now, potentially, I'd say. Yeah, something around there. Maybe 8 years ago, 9 years ago. Depends on what they were giving back at that time. But the idea that you just because you have solar, you pay zero is nonsense. I have solar and I still pay $600 a bill.
In grid, it's going to cost a lot. But having a purely renewable grid backed up by batteries and some gas is going to cost a whole lot more than if you add nuclear to the grid. I am pro renewables. I think we need to add more renewables, but we also need to have firming capacity.
Abbie, you've got solar power. Do you have batteries at in your property?
All I know is I get some money back sometimes. It's usually zero. Sometimes I get money back, and Mum does as well, and she says I'm loaded. So that's all. So I actually know the technical working. Sorry, I wish I did, but I just had a little...
She is straight up lying. She is
the
lying.
There.
What?
Yeah, she's just making crap up now, I think.
She's a liar. I will 100% bet anything that is complete nonsense. There is no way, and now in the beginning, the rebate was really high, but everyone that was on that is ending now. So, yeah, she may have signed up when there was a good rebate. That is all ending. So, even if that was true, even if she's not lying about that, it was at... I don't know how long they gave you that. I don't know if you guys know, but there was a period in which the rebate was high and it was capped at like 5, 7, 8 years. I don't know. But most of the people that jumped... And that's for people that jumped on 15 years ago. 10 years ago. Yeah. That's not now. Like I signed up a year and a half ago and you don't get nothing back. It doesn't matter what you put in the grid. It's not worth it. They're not paying
look at that. She knows everything else about, the world is ending. As soon as you ask her like the nitty-gritty facts of what's happening in her own home.
In her own home.
All I know is, mom's loaded. Like what the hell?
Yeah.
Does she live at her mum's house? Does she live at her mum's house?
Mate, yeah. Look, she has...
Wait, hold on. Is that what I just got from that? She lives with her mum.
Look, she's got money. She can own her own house.
Did she say her mum's loaded? So she lives at her mum's house?
No. She said when her mum gets the electricity bill, she says, we're loaded. Like, because she's saying we get money back.
They get money back.
Why is her mum getting her bill?
Yeah.
They live in the same place. It sounds like she has a big mansion. Abbie, because of what she does, she's got a big mansion, it sounds like, and her mum also lives with her. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, it's not nice to have a big empty mansion. It's,
Why? You have a whole room for your dildos. But...
Vibrators,
So hold on. So she lives. So her mum deals with the bill, and her mum says that she's getting all this money back, and she's.
I didn't think you'd get caught up on this, but it's
because it's none of it is adding up, and also for the reason that Rukshani's saying she knows everything about everything. She cares so much about this issue, but she doesn't know if she has a battery. She doesn't know if she has a Tesla battery or a battery in there that's saving her power. She's a liar.
Right. Wait till we get to housing. You are going to laugh your head off.
and got on my roof when Mum was there and we were having Diet Cokes watching him. So yeah, I wish I knew. Sorry, I probably should know. Would you know? You might know of my home system.
No, I've never been there, but...
Yeah.
I know, anyway, different Conrad.
Such a awkward laugh because she knows she's lying.
Low blow.
I'd love to hear from Hannah. What is your stance on nuclear, and tell us about some of the work you've done around that.
I think my stance on nuclear is...
Was there something we missed there? Did they cut something good?
I think they were just trying to be humorous with that.
Okay.
Literally,
hilarious.
yeah. I mean, a lot was cut.
It was hilarious. It was
This is 40
hilarious
minutes.
that Abbie Chatfield doesn't know about her own house. She knows everything about everything, just not if she has a battery connected to her solar system.
And I'm the idiot.
Yeah.
I'm the idiot.
Yeah.
Like, because
Quite
I can actually look at the stats. But anyways.
The policy Peter Dutton and the Liberal Party have put forward around nuclear is cooking the books. It's inaccurate. These reactors cannot be built in the next 10 years. They're going to take a minimum of 15 years. And they're being underestimated in cost by $500 billion. Almost, I think it's $490 billion. When we're looking at it as well, it's not...
I like that.
$500 billion.
Fact check. Based on 2024 analysis by the Climate Council.
Climate
I just like, okay, that sounds like a very non-biased authority on this issue.
Literally, they couldn't do like the Sydney Institute, something a bit bland.
Climate
the
Council.
Climate Council. Literally.
Almost, I think it's $490 billion. When we're looking at it as well, it's not going to reduce energy prices. As I said, I believe it's on average going to raise energy bills by $665 on average, and then $972 for a family of four, I believe. We need to focus on renewables. We need to focus on our 2030 targets. We've been having conversations about the science of climate, which is concerning in the first instance. And then in the second instance, to be looking at this debate between the sort of baseload power and moving from coal, which is archaic and unreliable as these systems age out.
Coal is not unreliable. It is literally what kicked off the Industrial Revolution.
It's just the wrong way to invest. It's the wrong way to look at this conversation.
They cut everything. I went on.
Because you were going somewhere. What did you say?
I can't remember exactly what I said, but it's on my recording. It's in the transcript. But the point was, I kept going. I said, it's literally what built the Industrial Revolution. You need baseload power. Are we nuts? Have we lost the plot? Like, I cannot believe SBS would do something so undemocratic by cutting this free speech.
Was there timers on or whatever in this format?
No, it was literally just very chill. 2 hours. We're going to film.
And did they tell you in the beginning? So did they tell you in the beginning, we're filming for 2 hours, but it's running in 40 minutes?
No. It was literally like we reserve the right.
That is even more dodgy than Naz Daily did with me.
They never told me. I thought the whole thing. I said throughout the process, I want to see the whole thing come out. Like it's a live stream. I want to see the whole thing come out.
And what they say?
And so, what happened was it's very.
Did they put anything in writing? Was there anything in writing?
No, there was nothing in writing. Look, the contract on the thing that I signed had nothing to do with, there was no obligation they had to come out with the whole thing. They reserved the rights to the footage. I couldn't post it as my own. But this is fair use. What we're doing right now is fair use.
Yeah.
But no, look, this is. But you know what, mate? I'm glad they did this because it was a masterclass in how the left stacks the panel, censors you, and then fact checks you. Because a lot of people, they don't have the mic we have, guys. We get the right of reply, whereas a lot of plebs out there, they end up on a Q&A show or they end up on some other show that's actually pre-recorded, and they get absolutely butchered. But, we're tough cookies. We can take it. But some people, it destroys them. Reputational damage. This is who we're dealing with here.
I'm disappointed in you for not having a camera. I didn't care if Rami didn't come. Rami held the chips.
Wrong camera, Rami.
Where is he? He's still going. He's still on the same chips?
Yeah, he's still going. Well, he doesn't want to chew into the mic too much. Anyways, let's keep going. My point was, I did hit her back. I did say,
and all it's doing,
coal is literally the most reliable. It kicked off the Industrial Revolution, for God's sake. It's why we have anything right now.
It's distracting the population who already feel completely disempowered to talk about it.
As far as what I've seen with the whole nuclear thing and all that sort of stuff is that it's quite expensive, going to take a long time. The argument I never hear made about renewables, because everyone hates them because suddenly they're greeny lefty. I've got a libertarian mate. He's got solar and a battery because he doesn't want to be paying my gas bill. I do not run my gas heater because Santos is exporting 80% of our gas and we give it to them for free, and I can't run my gas heater in Newcastle because I can't afford it. My libertarian mate is like, I got a battery.
He does have a battery.
He doesn't pay a bill. He gets solar.
How big is the battery?
Yeah, it's you know things about batteries. I knew you'd know something about batteries. Don't make a joke. We have an answer.
If we start...
What? What happened there?
What the hell, man? What is this like? What's going on? They just like devolve into like laughing and screaming amongst themselves to distract from the fact that they don't really have an argument. And then SBS jumps in with like a hard cut.
A hard cut and a beep relief. And
yeah, it's just like nonsense.
She's trying to laugh off. She's trying to laugh off the fact that she knows she's full of shit about her house and the solar panels and the battery.
Yeah.
So she's turned it into like a running joke. That's what liars do.
Mate, honestly, it's beyond
brownouts, very similar to what we see in South Africa, where we start seeing these intermittent load shedding, blackouts essentially. Where are they hitting first? Are they hitting my town in Western Sydney and Parramatta? Because if that's what starts happening...
Newcastle's probably first.
No, I don't think so. I think it'll be the lower socioeconomic areas.
Newcastle.
And if it ends up happening, there's going to be hell to pay. And this is the problem with the lack of leadership on this topic. We need energy for business. We need energy so we can lift people in Australia out of poverty and also the world. And that's the price of getting this wrong.
I agree.
There are too many...
They gave you the I agree.
Yeah, well, it was a very uncontroversial statement. I said, because of the lack of leadership, we need energy, all right? And if we don't see results on this, then Western Sydney is basically going to riot, essentially, was what I was alluding to, because it's going to be the first place it gets cut out. I'm happy to keep going, but I can't remember seeing that fact check, what was written, but I didn't make any statement there.
No, I think statements are not views.
It was just saying no specific town or area selected for blackouts or something like that.
Bull crap. These guys.
No, but are you talking about the statements and not the views of SBS?
No, before that.
There was something before that. There was something before that. I mean, if they don't think that there's going to be selected areas that get blacked out...
That's the price of getting this wrong.
I agree.
There are too many immigrants coming to Australia. I'd like to start with you, Joel, because you've been dying to speak about this.
Sure. So, no, look, immigration in Australia, it's far too high. My grandfather came here in the 60s, actually. He was a part of that percentage that was actually bringing a very useful trade to the country. He was a stonemason. The problem is today, we talk about we need more immigration, but we're talking in the millions now. I mean, this is far beyond what it was in the 60s, where it was about 100,000. And so the real challenge we face is we say we need more immigration because, we need the trades to build these houses. That's simply not what's coming in. Only 0.5% of the immigration that's coming in are actually useful trades to the construction industry. And I think that Liberal and Labor and...
All right, that's absolute crap. That's absolute crap. That stat they put there is so full of crap, I can't begin to tell you how selective it is. They said in 2021, migrants who arrived in the past 5 years... So from 2017 to 2021, in the last 5 years, made up 2.8% of the construction force, but 4.4% of the total workforce. Guys, in the last recent round, it's 0.6% are actually construction people. It's 0.6%. We are not bringing in people with useful trades for the construction industry. When my grandfather came out, the percentage was much higher. It was much, much higher. And it's like, why are you throwing, the stats they're throwing out are also correct, just like mine is also correct. But when you put a correct statement out to refute my correct statement, it looks like my statement's wrong. And I'm like, why are you doing this? It actually really
they're so
makes
dishonest. It's the most
lot of trickery.
If you watch this and you know how things are edited and that, I don't even think you have to know because you can see the hard cuts. And I get it if they're trying to mash it into time, but firstly, they should have made that clear to you. Secondly, you should have filmed it. Thirdly, why do they have to do that? If it's a debate, they should have timers. And if there's a time constraint, make it fit the time thing. It's just unfair for the ones in charge of the edit to also clearly, we know SBS, we know that the producers there have a position. So it's unfair for the person editing it to hold a political position on the actual debate subjects because they're obviously going to edit it to suit their narrative and to make the other side seem uneducated or whatever.
It's like, why invite me on at all? If you're going to slice up what I say and you're going to make it, take a tiny slice and then fact check me on that, why invite me at all? I mean, I am glad I went. My eyebrows, of course, because they had nothing like it on set. Even Abbie was jealous. But anyways, let's keep going because I'm fuming.
Extent these big corporations, they want the cheap labour to come into the country for various other industries as well. 200,000 students coming in February, for example, it's far too much. And as a family of immigrants, you got to come in, you got to subscribe to our values, you got to pay your taxes, and you have to, integrate into the Australian way of life.
Everyone can kind of beat up on international students, right? Because they're not citizens and they often don't earn enough money to pay tax. But international education is our third biggest export. It cross-subsidises the education of domestic students, yes. But I would kind of just like to talk about, well, what is the problem that we're trying to solve? Now, what I sort of sense in the immigration debate at the moment is a lot of anxiety that's largely driven by cost of living and housing concerns rather than necessarily this idea that we have too many immigrants. Like, for instance, like during the 2000s when the Howard government was in power, the Howard government actually increased our permanent skilled migration significantly over what it had been previously. And people didn't feel that anxiety about that. Why? Because it was actually a time of plenty. It was a time where people thought that they saw wages going up, they saw their house prices going up, which, if you were owning at that time, that was a good sign for you. People felt wealthy and they felt comfortable and they felt like things were going well for them. People no longer feel that security.
40% of New South Wales and Victoria are roughly foreign born. It's too much. It's one of the highest in the world.
And let them in. And how does it affect you?
All right, pause it right there. How does it affect me? A year ago, my bishop was stabbed in the bloody eye by a 15-year-old.
Where does she live? Where does she live?
Literally, mate. Literally. It makes me so angry.
Where does Abbie Chatfield live?
All these people in this podcast, they live in the inner city, in the eastern suburbs. They're not where these immigrants are going. And as I was saying, how does it affect me? My bishop, a year ago, on the day that we filmed this, a year ago before that, he was stabbed in the eye by a 15-year-old Muslim kid that was born here. So yes, there's an integration problem. And you're so in a bubble, you think immigration are bloody Irish guys from overseas that you might be able to date, for God's sake. But what's coming in, they're not integrating, and then their kids aren't integrating, and they're getting radicalized online. And this is what makes me so angry. This is a cultural clash, and they're such in a bubble, they have no idea.
You saw, Joel, you saw the reaction of her, which is the left, which is literally no discussions or anything. Let him in. Let him in. Let him in.
Literally.
Abbie Chatfield's new $1.85, so almost $2 million house apartment.
There's a lot of room for refugees.
Yeah, why didn't they come to her house?
Literally, open your doors. Open your doors. Anyway,
again,
look.
1.8 million in Sydney, New South Wales. You might not be able to get much for that.
Yeah, it's not that good. But it's an apartment, 2-bedroom apartment.
Guys, I can't stress how much I couldn't get a word in on this. I wanted to go into the Pakistani rape gangs in the UK. Like, you're saying, let them in.
She also owns a home in Byron. Abbie Chatfield's home in Byron.
Oh, she actually
her
talks
place
about
in Byron is actually quite cute.
Oh, we can house a few refugees there.
I know. Why isn't she letting them into her house?
If you're going to let them all in, let them all in. But this is the thing, Joel. Whenever I talk about immigration, obviously, like, people think it's just like people that look like me, for instance, trying to get more immigrants into the country. I disagree with her stance on immigration, but you see on the left, there's a lot of these kind of woke white people that are like, just let everyone in. And even if you're sensible enough, doesn't matter what color skin you are, you know that mass immigration is an issue, and it's impacting the quality of life for everyone, including immigrants, first generation, second generation immigrants. So it's completely irresponsible the way that's being framed by them.
All right, so she lives near Bondi.
You're fully looking
at
her.
So funny.
Mate,
she lives.
Don't get accused of doxing, Abbie. Don't dox.
I'm not doxing.
You gotta be
for
careful,
sure.
mate. Or maybe send this to what's his name, Purple Pingers, the Victorian socialist. He might go Scott.
He might go. No,
he might go Scott in Byron.
This is a public record. She lives in Tamara. I don't know what the house is, but the funny thing is, so she lives in like an affluent area. She doesn't live in the western suburbs. In fact, she lives next to the Jews, which she loves to criticize all the time.
So
she doesn't live. She doesn't live
there.
among. She doesn't live among the people she advocates for all the time. And you know, the people that
Literally.
wouldn't be that welcoming to her dildo sale party.
Mate, immigration to her is literally Europeans, white Europeans moving to the eastern suburbs, lovely people. Problem is, when you don't properly filter who's coming in, you get some crazies that come here with ideologies and conflicts from around the world. That's what I was talking about. And so there was a fact check there that said, you know, it's not 40% of New South Wales and Victoria that are foreign born. And then again, they bring up a stat from 2021, 4 years ago, before all this immigration we've had under Albanese and post-COVID. We've had, like, we're currently sitting on 33.5% of the nation is foreign born. Now, if you don't think that it's higher in New South Wales and Victoria, I've got a bridge to sell you. Like, I don't think they understand how much it's gone up, and also how fraudulent it is that there's these universities, and this was cut as well from this discussion. There are fake university out there that Albanese rightly went after, to his credit, and he's shutting them down. Basically, it was the Liberals that voted against that. It was the Liberal Party that didn't vote for Albanese's bill to actually go after a lot of these universities that are giving fake education so a kid can come and on the student visa and then work while he's studying, which he's not meant to do. This is why I get so angry on this topic, because they've now censored me. They've censored the good points that I gave Albo credit on and attacked the Liberals. And they've gone with this bullcrap fact check about the 40%. I wasn't wrong. It was just, you gave me a 4-year-old stat. I've given you an updated stat. And it's honestly, guys, we are dealing with psychopaths.
They're deceptively editing.
Huge problem.
Most of these people came from Britain,
Yes,
and they're like
it's all the
older-
Irish people
like,
in Coogee.
I don't understand how. Like, why is that a problem in and of itself?
It's a huge problem.
Why?
Yeah, so as I said, with
In and of itself, that
If I
figure.
can-
Why is that a
if I
problem?
can get a word out, the problem with when you bring in too many people from overseas with a different culture,
How do you know that they're a different culture? We just talked about the fact
because the
that.
highest growing immigration group is actually Indians. And
Yeah.
What did you say?
I said because the highest growing group is Indians, and then the Indian gets triggered.
Oh, is she Indian?
She's Indian.
The highest growing group is Indian. That is a fact.
Yes.
But she wants to say the highest group is like the British, but that's changing. Like we are about no. Even on the year by year data, it is still British. So I was accurate with my stats on that. But the majority is not from Britain. It is coming from other countries. And these people, they didn't fact check me on that part. And it just, anyways, let's hear this.
Growing, that is
from,
not the same thing as the stocks and flows. They're different things, right?
we are seeing, in terms of voting data, the highest invalid vote rate, people screwing up their ballots, is in these high
That is it.
immigrant areas.
What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Because if you're not integrating, if you don't understand what's going on...
That is not a measure of integration.
Hang on a second. There are
think it
so
is.
many variables that are going into that. Like, I would think that areas with high immigrant populations, outer suburbs, also tend to be areas with like lower educated people or poorer people who are more likely to struggle with filling out a ballot. Like, I just don't see how that's...
And our voting system isn't that simple.
I think that immigration...
Can I say, do not question me about voting data. The invalid vote rates we're experiencing in this country are the worst we've had in history. The worst. We are like in Bankstown for local council, we had an invalid vote rate of 20%. The highest immigration areas, if you're able to vote, if you're eligible, it means you're a citizen. So if you're a citizen and you don't understand the language and you're not integrating into the country and you're screwing up your ballot, we've had our voting system since, the founding of Australia. Why is it screwing up? Immigration. They're not integrating. It's very clearly a point to show that people aren't immigrating. But they just discard it and they just swamp me in this debate. Could barely get a word out. They were very rude.
It will be one of the centre points of this election campaign. It already is. But the way it's being thrown around is directly in relation to housing,
Yes,
right?
that's right.
And I think that's the first thing to point out, that it's not migrants that are the problem, it is foreign investors. And the reason for that is we've had 16% population growth over the last 10 years and 19% dwelling growth. There is construction that's outpacing the population growth. So that in of itself proves that migration is not the issue. Migration rates are not the issue.
I'll put it to a vote then.
I'll just keep going
Why don't
for
you
a
put
second.
it to a vote? Yeah, please.
When we talk about putting it to a vote, the reason you can say that...
Abbie Chatfield breathing.
Yeah. They don't want to put it to a vote because they know they'd lose. That's why they don't want to put it to a vote, because they lost the last one. They got their ass handed to them.
The reason that you can just throw it to public debate is because the sentiment from the leaders in this country of the major parties is that they're dog whistling to the far right and to the racism that exists in this country. And
all right. So there you have a panel of 3 white people.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. That's what I've been saying.
You're racist. The ones that live in Bondi, I don't know where this other one lives, but you have 3 white people that are preaching to you that it is racist. The grandson of immigrants.
My dad was an immigrant. He came here when he was 4.
The son of an immigrant, living in a high immigrant area, something that they wouldn't last a day in those areas because it doesn't have the beautiful beaches of, what was it, Yamara or wherever it was? Bondi. Yeah. Basically Bondi Junction. It's so laughable that that's the point that they go back to. That's their argument against you.
Mate, do I have to paint my eyebrows on any bigger? I mean, for God's sake, I got a pen, I'll do it. But I'm sitting there, anyway, keep playing it because it gets worse.
Use of the word immigrants is purely to throw blame to a population that have less, again, it might be literacy around voting, to actually use their voice and advocate. So when you say that, and I actually feel really sad hearing that you're saying you're an immigrant and people have to integrate in exactly the way that you believe, I think that's unfortunate. I wish in this country we were more accepting of a more multicultural society, and instead you're saying there's lower voting literacy because of immigrants and that's simply not allowed and the worst measure of a person.
Well, if I can get a word out, the problem is if it was good enough to throw the voice to a referendum, it's good enough to throw immigration to a referendum.
Hang on, Indigenous Australians.
The voice was a constitutional change. It literally needed to go to a referendum.
Can I just jump in here? I feel like we're now jumping into a completely different topic. But to bring
immigration.
But bringing up voice to bring this conversation back. So my dad is an immigrant, for example. Australia is one of the most successful migrant story countries in the world. Like, you know, your family were migrants, my family, your family.
So other countries envy our system.
Exactly. And it's been so successful.
I just want to point out the 3 on the right, even though she's got funny immigration, the 3 on the right are the children of immigrants.
Literally.
And the 3... or at least 2 of them calling everyone racist.
Yeah, I want to interrupt here. This is the modern white Australia policy. Is these 3 people here on that image, and their interpretation of white Australia policy is, you know, this mass immigration is a good thing, whereas there's immigrants now who are saying no, mass immigration is really bad, and you're fighting against these people, and it's really hard to make people understand that. I really want to make people understand, Joel, that it's not immigrants themselves who are, you know, the majority of people who are calling for mass immigration. It is these kind of woke lefties
who don't live amongst them.
Any issue with who don't live amongst them, who don't see the demographic changes, who don't care. You know, it's out of sight. They don't have to maybe deal with the crime, the machete wielding stuff that we have in Victoria, and the real problem.
They also don't understand simple sectarian violence that comes from this.
They don't get it. They don't understand.
Every ethnic group has a bloody history with another ethnic group. And if you don't understand the nuances between the different ethnic groups, you are creating a future in which there is going to be violence on our streets. Besides all the other problems. The other problems that are coming with the fact that they're not integrating, we can't afford it, we don't have the infrastructure, all the things that you're talking about. And you're arguing, they don't understand. They come from a bubble in Bondi.
Literally. And this is the thing. The immigrants are the most angry. The ones that have been fathered and grandfathered in. My dad and my grandfather are buried in this land. We integrated. I don't speak Arabic. I'm that integrated into this country. I should speak Arabic. But when you come to this country, your culture from overseas is secondary to the Australian culture. That's how it works.
Yes.
We have a dominant, unifying culture. Multiculturalism is bullcrap. It's not all cultures are equal. They're not. Australia is prosperous because we have a monoculture. And when that changes and we opt into multiculturalism, that's when it screws up. And
but it's already changed.
My
That's the thing.
grandfather
It's
was
already
able
changed.
to come out. I was going to say my grandfather was able to come out under the White Australia policy. He actually came out under it. It had that ability for people to come out that had the same values. But they've been slowly whittling away, and they're not vetting the people that are coming in now. That's why we're angry, because we integrated, and those people coming in now aren't. So they've broken the deal.
Can I add?
And if those people are the, I guess, the influences of the left, and who are the people that supported Labor, for instance, or the Greens, and they have the power right now. As an immigrant coming into this country, imagine that these are the voices which are promoted, and these are the things that you hear. That you don't need to integrate. You don't really need to learn about the how voting works. If you make mistakes, it's okay. You're an immigrant, whatever. Of course, people are not going to assimilate and take part of the culture into their own lives as well. Of course, people are going to start living in enclaves and create their own societies, because of these people are allowing it to happen in this kind of very loose manner that they view what it means to have immigration in Australia and what responsible immigration looks like. And at the end of the day, it's just making it hard for every single Australian, and I think it's just destroying the identity of this country. And it makes it hard for immigrants like myself as well, who really love this country, because a lot of the time, Abbie, you would see online, I cop a lot of hate, even though I would say maybe perhaps under certain circumstances I may be a model immigrant in terms of my patriotism towards this country and the things that I do, but people still hate on me for the fact that they view all immigrants through the same lens that we see today, as being people who don't want to integrate, that don't want to assimilate. But I just want to, again, take it back and blame this type of individuals in that video as being the people who are mostly responsible for the shocking policies that we have today in the West, in countries like Australia.
And they're both Greenies. And the funny thing is, when you noticed in this election and you looked at the Greens candidates and compared it to, let's say, One Nation, it looked like the One Nation pool was so much more diverse, because immigrants are speaking out, because immigrants realize the danger. Every immigrant lives next to, or has some history with, like, recent history. Many of them, they literally come from it, with this sectarian and the different sorts of dangers, the things that they see as a threat to Australia, because it's just not here yet. And they don't want Australia to turn into what they escaped, because there's nowhere from here. Where are we going to go? New Zealand.
Yeah, literally. Well, Indians are coming from New Zealand to Australia. But anyways, we should, were you going to say something?
The
Ryan?
vast majority of people
Don't worry about it.
have come here, built a life, had families, contributed to the country, joined into Australian society. Now, one of the concerns you're raising is that on a values level, when you have such high rates of migration, is it possible for that many people to integrate into our country? And so that is one concern. But on the other hand, I think it's just all about a balance. So, and you raise these numbers, Hannah, that dwelling growth has outpaced population growth. Over the last 10 years, that's true, because under the last Liberal government, we were actually building record numbers of houses. Right now, we're building houses.
Scott Morrison's government did not build a record number of houses compared to the previous governments. Over 650,000 houses were built during his term.
I never looked into this one.
What was built before that? Wouldn't they have to?
Look, I didn't look into that one. It wasn't me.
But wouldn't they even? They don't even provide what the number was before. Like, who built more? You're saying it wasn't a record. Scott Morrison's government did not build a record number of houses compared to the previous governments. Which government built more houses than Scott Morrison? You would think they would say that if that was... It's like they're combining all the governments and going, no, it's not a record out. There was... Everyone else before did build more.
Literally, they could have said Kevin Rudd built more. They could have said anything.
They would have said, if it was that simple, they would have said that.
Yeah, very deceptive.
Is at a decade low. In the first 2 years of Labor, we had over 1 million migrants come in, and we only built around 350,000 houses.
There was over 1.4 million migrants who arrived to Australia. However, net overseas migration, which takes into account Australia, was 9.8. So they're fact checking her because she said over 1 million and it was 982,000.
Well, no. She said she means gross. They mean net. This is bullcrap. This is bullcrap. Why are you throwing? Literally, it's like she didn't say anything false. But when you write,
because there was one point. She's saying 1.4, which is over 1 million, but then they're saying that they're not counting who's left.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. So what she said wasn't false, but also they're like, you see the fact check thing come up and you assume she's wrong. When in actuality, she meant gross and you mean net. That's all it is. And so it makes you really annoyed when you see this stuff.
The reason this has only come up this election is because it's an issue that has only really sprung up at this rate in the last couple of years.
Because of Trump's talking point in the fact that he's...
it's basic numbers. It's basic supply.
It's a return after COVID.
So we're building less houses and we're bringing in significantly more people. We were building houses at a decade-low rate.
Oh, hang on a second. House building rates are in part going to be affected by broader market conditions and economic
because we have high interest rates.
But to go back to the real issue is that we know, and I think we can all agree that there is a real economic benefit to migration. We could, for instance, slash all of international students if we wanted to. We could do that, but what would be the consequence of that? We just need to have a sensible discussion about what that trade-off would look like. And then we need to fix problems like housing with policies that affect housing, rather than trying to say that the real problem here is these other people.
I'd like to go to Conrad. Can you please end this topic?
The pressure. I think it's obviously a very hot button issue because it very quickly comes back to cost of living and housing, which I think we established. Housing is cooked. It was cooked before immigration rates. It was cooked after immigration rates. But I think it is potent for the Australian public, and it's something that is thrown as a distraction, and it's still a deliberate tactic to throw the immigration debate out. But it works so well because one side of politics is afraid to talk about it for fear of being racist, and the other side of politics I've seen it in my comments, they want to blame everything on immigration. And I think, honestly, challenge to the left, you have to talk about it. You have to go, what is our plan? Because we do in this country have an immigration Ponzi scheme where we want GDP to go up and we will import whoever we want, low skill wages, whatever we want. And the left won't. We just need to have the conversation. It's tough. It's bloody tough, and I can see why it's such red meat to the wolves of making everyone fight.
There's an internal war going on, guys. He's internal. That guy, I'm telling you, having measured the guy, I didn't like him going into the debate, but having spent 2-3 hours with him, I'm like, oh no, this guy, there's a lot of right-wing things that he believes. Yeah. But he can't say it because he's focused on one issue and he wants to get results.
What I take from that comment is this is not really an issue I care about. I can see both sides of the argument. You guys need to stop calling everyone racist, and you guys need to stop blaming everything on immigrants. That's literally what his comment was, which to me says that it's not really an issue that matters to him. He doesn't think much about it. Yeah. And he's kind of right. There's kind of truth to what he's saying in a way. There are people that just blame everything on other people because you see that a lot.
It's easy.
But it is Rukshan's fault.
I take full responsibility for everything.
Were you going to say something, Rami?
So I ran a
Rami's fault as well.
Fact check, of course.
Fact check on what?
So the Liberal Party under John Howard, 1996 to 2007.
Put the camera on him. I want to see him.
He oversaw the most what?
The most homes built with an average of around 1.7 million dwellings.
Morrison?
No, that was John Howard.
John Howard. Ah, right.
So his government built around the most homes, which is 1.7 million. And the second government on the list is also the Liberal Party under Robert Menzies.
Right.
That built that built them.
That's
they
why
were in power for
That's why they didn't show us who it was.
Yeah, but they were in power for a long time.
They didn't want to credit a liberal.
For a long time.
Wow. Wow.
No. And they were in power for a long time, but they didn't want to say who because they were liberals.
Yeah.
Because it would have just made her. It would have made her argument was it was the Liberal Party. She said it was the Liberal Party under Scott Morrison, but it was the Liberal Party under John Howard.
Literally, Rami, good fact check, good pickup, man.
Rami,
anyway,
get back to the chips. Rami, you earned them.
Let's go on.
Property investing makes it harder for young people to get into housing. Can I hear from Abbie here and sort of where you...
Please, no. Do we have to?
Coming from on the topic of property investing?
What, the fact that I have an investment property?
If you'd be comfortable sharing.
Yeah. So I had investment property during COVID. I was really lonely and I wanted to buy a house. I thought I was going to go live in Byron and I didn't, okay? That's what happened.
Are you the problem?
I'm the problem. I'm the problem.
Is Abbie to blame for this?
Oh, it's so funny.
Look at her, how she's trying to...
She's trying to laugh it off again because she's a greenie. And don't they say anyone that has a second property is the rich?
She was embarrassed. She was embarrassed. I said to her twice on that debate, I said, congratulations. Like, you should be proud of it. You're a young Aussie, 30. Congratulations. And she was apologizing. And I'm like, since when did we demonize owning a home?
The Greens do, though. The Greens.
Mate, like, sure, if you paid it with, if you did it
it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing when you get caught out not practicing what you preach, and you see that every time with them, like those little things that I do showing the left, as the biggest hypocrites when it comes to climate change. Even Zoe Daniel at the and she just had to she accepted it and conceded. Oh yeah, no, we only use it a little bit. Our truck, we only use our truck a little bit. It's like, mate, you went to all this effort to build this billboard, and you know what's funny? When Zoe Daniel said that to me, I went and looked at her Twitter. You could see she was actually, she made a tweet saying how what's his name, Tim Wilson, is scared to come out. She's not, and she was showing her truck driving everywhere. It's like, dude, you're the biggest liar. But that's what they're like. And so they caught her out. She got embarrassed at 2 points now in this whole in this debate. One with the battery and the solar panels and all that, because she's lying about it. And the second one, and that one, she can kind of be vague because no one knows what her structure is at home. This one, I brought up an article which says she owns a $1.8 million house in next to Bondi, and then another holiday house in Byron Bay. So it's public knowledge. So she was caught.
I was going to say congratulations, by the way. No, I was just going to say.
No, but I am the problem. It makes me feel sick. It makes me feel. I do think that I'm part of the problem.
But maybe the question to you then is: do you support ending negative gearing?
Absolutely.
Right. And
tax breaks that you might be getting.
So being a landlord, I completely support ending negative gearing. I completely, even things like rental caps. I do support restrictions on landlords and property investors. I think it's the right thing to do. The same way that I love paying tax in a really weird way.
So property investors.
No one loves paying tax.
Mate, she's such a liar.
No one loves paying tax. Who says I love paying tax?
I love paying tax in a weird way.
Only the guilty say that.
She just says stuff. Yeah, I love going to jail.
Seriously, mate.
Why would you love paying tax? For what reason?
It makes no sense
I love paying charity, and I'll think you're lying.
Yeah,
but I love paying tax. I know you're lying.
Mate, try and keep a straight
They
face.
definitely do have an impact on the demand side in that, it's terrible if you're going to an auction and then a bunch of investors rock up and outbid you. They do have an important role around new builds in supporting the new supply of housing. And so we shouldn't demonise them. Is there room for reform? Definitely. But they do play an important role in providing private rental accommodation.
I think we should have a cap on rental increases that only aligns with inflation. As someone who has tenants myself, literally last week, it was the year since they started their tenancy, and I was like, keep it what it is because I don't want to earn any more money off these people. I think it's sick and twisted, even though my mortgage payments have almost doubled. As we know, housing...
That doesn't work for everyone. Like, that's not going to work for like everyday mum
because
and dad
she has
investors.
spare cash. But you know what?
Yeah,
Why don't
right.
you just give him the house? Why don't you just give
Her
him the
mum's
house?
getting money from solar.
Literally.
Yeah, why don't you exactly?
Why don't you let the Western Sydney guy that stabbed my bishop? Why don't you just let him in the house? Why don't you just give him the place?
Yeah,
Give it to him.
Home
cap
arrest.
the rent.
Literally,
Give it
just let him
to
come.
Purple
Let him come.
Pingers. Purple Pingers has a long list of people that are homeless, and they could all move into Abbie Chatfield's extra greedy house.
Is a human right, or it should be a human right. It's not currently in this country. And I think that having unlimited rental increases destabilises people. It allows landlords and property developers to be greedier and greedier. It can increase housing prices. And I just don't think it needs to be a thing. I think we should have capped rental increases, undoubtedly.
When it comes to rental caps, and this is one of those policy solutions that comes from overseas and is actually one of the best studied issues in economics. What happens when you have rental caps is that the quality of rental housing goes down because it is no longer able to be responsive to, costs. The quality goes down, the supply goes down. What it does is that it hurts the most vulnerable. If you can't really kind of change what you charge, then the people who are the most secure looking tenants are the ones that kind of keep getting their houses.
Can I go to Freya? I think that's right. I think rent caps are a complete distraction in the whole discussion.
I just want to know why we needed that Asian SBS person to go, can we go to Freya? I was like, you've been doing hard cuts the whole time. You could just cut to it.
Mate.
Only things that will really change the price of rent are supply and demand. And you mentioned this, Abbie, like mortgages have gone up substantially. And the majority of rental properties are provided by mum and dad investors who are now themselves.
This is the guy that you're getting behind, Joel.
He's not buying it.
He's coming. Go, Conrad.
He's not buying it.
It looks like he's constipated.
On an average mortgage of around $750,000, over the last 3 years, you've had to pay an extra $50,000. And it's terrible that it's being passed on to renters, but someone's got to pay for that.
But the point is to encourage landlords to sell those houses. That's kind of what I want.
But then,
for example, I am...
Why doesn't she sell her house?
Yeah, wait for it. Here we go.
I'm losing so much money on this investment property that was a very silly decision for me to do in the first place. This, I don't expect...
I want to see her books. I want to see see her solar panel setup.
Yeah.
I want to see if there's a battery. I want to see the bill. I do not trust... I want to see the weather outside if she tells me whatever it is. I don't believe a word she said.
You know what I've noticed about you, Avi? When Clive Palmer says he's spending 100 mil on an election, you're like, I want to see the books. What did you spend it on? Why weren't you effective? Similarly with Abbie, you're like, I want to see the books. Mate, I trust you to get to the bottom of what's going on in this. But I don't think she'll give it to you. I think she'll flip you the bird.
She won't give it to me because she's lying. She's for sure lying. She's just saying, because she's got to fit her reality to her ideology, to what her public position is. And she's publicly campaigning for the Greens, but it conflicts with the fact that she actually has this property. So she's saying, I'm losing all this money on it. Bullshit. I want to see that you're losing money on it. Because if you were really losing money on it, you just sell it. Because that also fits in with your ideology. Your ideology says you shouldn't own it. So you would just sell it. But you're not losing money, are you?
Mate, I was baffled. Everything is opposite. This was a culture clash for me. Anyone in my family, cousin, relative, if they were her age and they had an investment property and they owned their property in Melbourne, congratulations. Well done. You're moving up in the world. It's great for you and your family.
How did you do it? How can I do it? What was your hack?
She's ashamed. I'm making a profit. Greedy. I'm greedy. I'm this and that.
What did you get Rummy to do to make you get a house at 30?
Literally, she tripped over and fell into a house. Oh, it was lonely in COVID.
Abbie Chatfield is the only person who can be a victim by owning another property. She's a victim. She has an extra property and she's losing money on it, and she's taking one for the team, guys.
Yep.
profit. I've never made profit on these renters because I'm aware that I'm actually beneficiary in having this house as a whole.
Profit.
I'm the one who actually owns the property and who has the benefit of saying I have this asset, right? So if it gets to a point where I can't afford to pay my mortgage, I should sell my second home.
You should.
That's what I should be
sell
doing.
it. And
but that's what we're trying. That's what I would love to encourage.
So can I give you an example? So in Victoria, under the Labor government, since 2021, they've had around 150 amendments to their Rental Act. They've put in a lot of renters' rights. They've made it so that I think you can only raise rents like once a year or something. So like almost rent
unlimited
caps.
amount.
Almost rent caps.
That's
but
not
it's
a rent cap, is it?
heading in that direction. And what has happened is that you've had over 24,000 properties come off of the rental market. Investors are selling their apartments, and this is the risk you face when you penalise landlords. They will just sell those properties, and then who are people going to rent from?
Can I just insert a stat? Because the Liberal Party generally and certain sides of politics, they like to hide behind mum and dad investors. And one stat that I saw, fact check's welcome, 1% of property investors own 25% of the rental market. So let's just get our head around that. And so when we talk about this, I feel like the mum and dad is a deliberate political ploy.
I think it's unfair to compare.
What's the point he's making? 1% of
owns like 25% of the market.
I don't think that's right.
Well, what do they
They
fact
did bring
check?
it. What was it? 1% of taxpayers or 7% of investors own 25% of the investments.
That's way lower.
Well, but hang on a sec.
What does that mean? What are you trying to say? I'm just trying to understand what 1%.
He's trying to
say that it's concentrated. It's
mostly,
concentrated within a smaller percentage of like an elite. He's trying to make it look like an elite group own 25% of property. So it's not really mum and dad investors. It's these rich people getting richer, and the Liberal Party is hiding behind mum and dad investors.
Honestly, it wasn't a very good point. It's not even that high.
When we talk about this, I feel like the mum and dad is a deliberate political ploy.
I think it's unfair to compare those policies because what's happened in Queensland, they tried to debate this same thing, the implementation of a once a year increase, but that's to an unlimited value. So that's not a rent cap whatsoever. It's not comparable. And I think that when we're talking about renters' rights, we already know the people on the back foot. And the idea, I completely agree with Conrad, that we're hiding behind mum and dad investors when that's really not the crux of the issue. It's mass property developers like the opposition leader who are directly putting his son in front of cameras to say he...
Like Abbie Chatfield.
What about Albo?
And half the Labor thing. And in fact, I've seen, I saw things about half the Greens all own.
Well, Marine Faruqi has a few.
She has a few.
Black Lives Matter.
BLM, well, they got mansions.
Well, she tells you, actually.
But even the argument that they're hiding behind mum and pups, it's not even the point. Even if it is investors are going to, because what was her point? They jumped on that mum and pups thing. That was something that she was saying, because it's true. Like a lot of mum and pups, I know a lot of people that own investment properties. That's like their retirement fund, especially like if you own your own business. But even if it is corporations or whatever that are using it as investments, they're giving people housing to rent houses.
Yeah.
So
why is that a bad thing?
Yeah, so if you make it that they're no longer viable for them to do it, so they're going to pull it off the market. Now, where are those people who can't afford to buy a house? Where are they going to buy? So
we lose 25% of our market. We lose 25% of our supply. Brilliant idea, guys. Brilliant idea. These guys.
So their argument is that that'll bring down the cost of the house, so then people can afford to buy it. But that's not how it's going to play out.
Also bring down the supply, and therefore, because investors won't have the confidence. Anyway, I make
exactly. So then the price won't go down. Oh, you do
exactly.
Afford a home? Well, Peter Dutton, to that I would say you are the person that has transferred, I believe, 26 properties across 3 decades to the tune of $30 million. So you have a direct vested interest in all of these policies, and I think that they should be declared much more widely, because these people making decisions that affect first home buyers like myself. I'm a renter who's paying $560 a week in Sydney for 1 bedroom in a share house right now. I may never enter the property market. And it's really interesting watching people like Peter.
Getting a good deal.
What did you say?
I was saying she should speak to Abbie about getting a good deal for a rental. Maybe
How
she'll
much
give
did
her a
she's
good
paying?
rate.
I couldn't listen to her. I was still getting
600 a week.
600 a week for what?
In a share home in Bondi.
But that's a cost. Honestly,
mate, I when I was there in 2019, I lived in Bondi. I didn't live in Bondi. I lived in Paddington. $800. What was it? 800, 400 a week. I think it was 400 a week. For two people. Now that is what it costs out there. Don't live there. Move somewhere else. Build up your fund. Save up. There is a phase in your life where you're not meant to live in Bondi. You're meant to be growing your money, your investment. Look, I'm a wok. We don't move out of home until we get married. That's what we do. All right? Because then you can build up your savings. You can invest together with your family. That's your leg up in the world. That's how we work. But a lot of Aussies, they don't do that. They go and they move out. But while you're moving to Bondi, move somewhere more affordable and actually save so you can enter sooner into the property market.
They don't want to mix up with migrants, that's why.
They don't want to mix with migrants. They don't want to
Rami, come in with the ball.
Show us, Rami. Rami, you know what we're going to do? When we start doing these live feeds, I get the feeling we're going to do them more often. I reckon we've got to get a camera on Rami.
We're easy to do. Easy to do. Yeah, we can do that.
Rami? That way we can see every single chew. It turns out Rami's the Jew after all.
Oh, mate. You know nothing.
But Joel, a lot of people in the comments are echoing what you said. A lot of the comments are echoing what you said, Joel, that she should just move somewhere cheaper, like what reasonable people would do.
But they don't want. But I think Rami's right. I think Rami is right. They don't want to live where all the high crime,
so migrants can't integrate in Australia, as well as white people can't integrate with the migrants. Like I minded 5 different booths for 9 days during and 5 different electorates during the election.
For who? The Greens.
And I've spoken to so many of them, and basic questions you'll ask these people who are voting, like very simple things. Like, for example, do you know the national anthem? Not a single vote I asked not what the national anthem is. Do you know what the difference between this party and that party? They wouldn't have a clue, not even one policy they can come up with. They hard people to integrate, and the fact that they have to vote, and you go to any of these election booths, it's swarmed with the Muslim Vote Matters people. It's swarmed with Labor volunteers, and unfortunately the Freedom Parties have 012 guys sitting there and not getting any votes. So.
Yeah. Anyways. Crazy.
Debate my future when none of those policies actually work on long-term increasing availability for young people.
I spent 8 years in the construction industry, and the problem I see on the supply side of things is construction has never been harder, and property investing, I do believe the property developers, they've very much been demonised in this situation. At the end of the day, landlords, property investors, property developers, construction companies, they're going to do what's in their interest. That's just what's going to be what's happened. The government needs to get out of the way. They really need to get out of the way on this. The amount of red tape that's out there, the amount of construction businesses that have gone up under in 2024 is 2,800 businesses. The business I worked for was one of them. And the real problem with that is if you don't have that proper supply coming up, then how can we actually house the world? And that's what's happening. But the immigration rate is nuts. Australia has like a gold medal in the amount of houses we've built per capita. We are way out there ahead of most countries, but we're bringing too many people in.
I said we had a gold medal. I was wrong. We have a silver medal. Now, what they said, the fact check read, Australia has fewer dwellings per 1,000 people than the OECD average in 2022. I dug into this for hours, and I worked out that Australia is second in the world only to South Korea. Only to South Korea. We do have a silver medal in the world with regards to building. And their fact check about, the OECD average, the way the OECD measure the amount of builds is different to Australia. When we measure it, we have a silver medal in how many we complete. But the way the OECD measure it, which is a bunch of countries, and they have a different way of measuring it, they include how many you've commenced. But it doesn't matter how many you commence, it matters how many you complete. So once again, they've put a fact check up, and what I said wasn't inaccurate. I said we have like a gold medal in the world with regards to building. We are actually second in the world to South Korea, and they've offered a different definition to what I put out. The OECD average measure it only by how many you've commenced, whereas Australia measure it by how many we've completed. So obviously it's going to be inflated, and it's like comparing apples and oranges. You can't do that. And this is SBS. They've lost the plot. Anyways, happy to keep going.
I'm just seeing a message, and I want to see that it's actually legit. But I don't. It sounds. It might just be a troll account, so I don't know. I don't know if it counts. They say that Green's High Court challenge. Adam Bandt has filed a High Court challenge to contest the AEC results for the federal seat of Melbourne. Insiders say ABC 7:30. But
why? On what basis?
I'll do some research in the back end.
You do some research on that. Let's see if there's actually something
insane.
That will. I don't know. So it's totally unconfirmed. It could just be that a troll account that's picking up some viral traction. But we'll get our import fake journalist Rukshan onto it.
You're saying that there's not enough being supplied, then you're also saying that we have a gold medal in supply.
Yeah, so we're already doing really well, and it could even be better. But the problem is, despite that, we are actually seeing a massive, what would you say, demand as a result of the immigration we've taken in.
The entire housing market currently is geared towards benefiting investors. Negative gearing, the capital gains tax discount, these are things that clear the way for property investors to continue to build wealth and keep first home buyers out. I have no understanding of what you're saying.
I don't think you should get rid of negative gearing. I think it's a radical policy, and I think if you go after investors in that way, you'll see a massive drop in supply as a result.
I have a problem with the idea that negative gearing on houses is bad.
Different discussions. One was on supply and construction, and one was about like capital controls. That made no sense. That discussion made no sense. Literally, that made no sense. What was just discussed. I just said the construction industry has too much red tape, green tape, Aboriginal tape. We can't build anything. We have a gold medal, but because immigration is so high, it's still not enough. So if you cut the red tape, we can do more, but also we need to bring immigration down. And they're saying capital, like they're talking about something different. Like, who spliced this thing? What the hell is this about?
You've got to put out the entire recording.
Yeah, there's no visual. That's why I can put the whole recording out. Obviously, once I put it past legal.
Well, no. What you need to do is you need to show like bits like that. Where it makes no sense, like it really does not make sense, that cut. So I kind of, it lost me, but I'm just not interested in it because I'm like, all right, whatever. But what I would do is show, and there was also bits earlier on, where they cut you off at the part and then they fact check you.
I know what you mean.
Just put in your thing, go, this is what I actually said, and then they fact check it.
Yeah, listen, like, mate, I'm happy with this podcast. I feel vindicated after this podcast. I have the recording. I'll consider putting a thing out. I'm not sure whether I'm bothered to do the work because I don't feel like my ego's been hurt or anything. But we're in the middle of an election.
It's worth showing what they do. They're deceitful editing. That's the whole Jim Jeffries thing I did that time. Yeah, I had a visual, but whatever. You could still do the same. You can show the audio by playing it, going, this is what I actually said. And then you see, look, they fact-checked me, but I actually said this. And then in this case, where they just sliced it, because what they did was they sliced you to make you look dumb, like you didn't, and that girl owned you. Abbie was like, but you just said, I would have just turned around and said, Abbie, show me the bills. Show me the bills. Show me your rental agreement. Show me that you're not lying about everything that goes polar opposite to your pretend political position. Her whole political worldview is clout. Everything is about clout. God, she's from a reality TV show. She's all about clout. She's found her niche, which is like this weird Greens thing. And then when it doesn't match her life, she just denounces her life. But it's so easy to practice what you preach. You can denounce your life by selling your freaking property, like, or actually get solar panels or whatever. Like, you don't have to make it up. My mum pays the bills and says we're really rich.
Yeah.
Hey, I can't find much
which
on
is
that Adam Bandt thing. There's not much on. There's a bit of online chatter, but I don't know if it's backed by anything, to be honest.
Yeah,
why
I would think it would be.
Why would he need to do a high court challenge when you can just do like a recount with the? Isn't there some procedure like that? Like,
it would be major news if he was doing that. What I'll do is I'll just run it in the background here so I have it, and if I see it come up, I'll.
Just the tax deductibility of losses is fine across other things. And like I know that there is a view that negative gearing increases the price of houses. I think research from my colleague Peter Dutton when he was at the Reserve Bank of Australia found that it increased the prices of by 1 to 4%. Happy to have that fact checked. 1 to 4%, which is not nothing, but it's also not significant. If we try to look at what's happening in Australia, we try to say, oh, what's happened uniquely in Australia is that, prices started increasing, say, like 20 years ago massively and kind of became completely decoupled from incomes, ignores the fact that price increase that we've seen has actually happened across all sorts of countries in the world that did not have our specific policy around negative gearing and the capital gains tax discount.
I'd like to hear from Conrad because you are a renter. Would you like to give your view on investing?
Let's just establish how cooked our housing situation is and how every government we've had has cooked the books, because this isn't a crisis for everybody. The market is providing exactly what it's been designed to do. This is a bonanza for banks, investors, property landlords. These guys are making a killing. There is trillions of Australia's economic wealth tied up in the most useless asset in Australia called bricks and house. Doesn't employ anybody, doesn't start any jobs, doesn't invent anything. It's a dumb little house that we've juiced the prices of, and all of these policies have been designed to siphon taxpayer dollar into juicing these prices. So, if we can just recognise that we are as cooked with housing as the US is with Medicare, and how cooked that we look at them and go, what a bunch of idiots.
Totally.
So let's look at housing. If you're rich, you've got houses, sick. Taxpayers will subsidise you to buy properties. But for some reason, in this whole time, I'm still renting, and even if I started saving 10 years ago, right now, I would be 10 years away from getting a house. And so if we think the free market of privatised housing, 91% of privatised landlord and investors, if that's working, we've got to recognise it's not. And so the whole market needs to be reshaped.
First home buyers should be able to use their...
They show you agreeing a lot.
Yeah, well, I never made it in. I said there's very clearly a bit of a bubble going on here. It feels like we break the piggy bank just to prop up house prices. And that's the problem. That it's ridiculous. It's a Ponzi right now where we're at right now. If you've listened to Matt Barry and what he's talked about on this, he elaborates a bit more on how. But why not 1% deposits? They announce, we'll back first home buyers if you do a 5% deposit. Why not 1%? Why not 0.5%? What is this? We're breaking the piggy bank. It's inflating prices very clearly, and we're not doing anything tangible to actually protect Australians from international investors. And if you call for that, you're called racist. This is the conversation we're not having, that we didn't really get to on that. And a lot of stuff was cut. A lot of stuff was cut.
I think we just have to read this one super chat just because it's important.
I just saw it.
There we go.
Teen says, you can read it, Abbie.
No, go read it.
Teen says, for $8, thank you for the super chat. We need a cam of Rami just eating chips whenever Abbie opens her mouth.
Mate, he literally
chuck him on there for the super chat.
We're gonna have to show him that one when he gets back. Yeah, actually, no, we won't show him. He'll want a percentage of it. Thanks, Tim. We'll get to reading all the rest of the super chats, so you can leave them there while we're watching this. But I had to read that one because it just popped up on my screen.
Let's smash this out.
To buy a home.
I don't think that this idea from Dutton to allow people to go into their super to buy a home makes any sense. First of all, it will increase the prices of housing. The more people will be able to buy a house, demand will increase, price will increase, as everyone knows here. On top of that, I don't think that average Australians should be the ones bearing the brunt of our housing crisis. It will make it worse, it will exacerbate it, but also people will then be taking out of their super, their retirement fund that is so important when they retire. And it's so essential to have as much money as you can in your super. I think that it will also only benefit those who are more wealthy. People actually have money in their super. It won't address the actual issue of lower socioeconomic people trying to enter the market.
Some research from my colleague Peter Dutton with Matt Taylor, released a couple of weeks ago, showed that if you did allow superannuation to be accessed to for first home buyers, that you could bring forward the ability to buy a house by about 3 years. But one of the other things that they recommended in that report is that you cannot have that policy independent of massive increases to supply, because otherwise, exactly what you said, Abbie, it is a demand side policy. But on the other side, it is also true that the number one predictor of living standards in retirement is whether or not you own your own home. So if we kind of take a step back, it is actually not a bad idea to say that part of people's, I guess, retirement plan can in fact be owning their own home.
Just in regards to the biggest asset you can have in retirement is a house, I totally agree. My point, I guess, is there are other alternative policy that we can put into place, like Labor's Help to Buy scheme, where, look, there's a chance that it will increase a demand and therefore increase prices the same way this super policy will. But I think the reality is that I would prefer the burden to not be on the individual Australian, particularly those that are lower socioeconomically, and rather the burden to be on the government.
Super is your money. So I'm supportive of Australians having more choice around how they spend their money. And I think the point Tricia made around having your own home, especially mortgage-free in retirement, is the best thing you can do. So if we can accelerate that, get people into their first home sooner, that should be something we strive to do. However, it has to be part of a broader policy package that eases demand and boost supply. And if you can do that while also giving first home buyers a leg up, giving them just that extra edge over other people, over, investors, whatever, then I think that is
It's not a leg up over investors.
Then I think that is a good thing. But it is.
It's not. That's David and Goliath.
No, $50,000 to an investor is 4 cents.
We've had 20 years of this. Libs, 10 years. Labor, 3, 5, whatever, knife. That's our thing. To me, from what I've witnessed, same policies. Oh, we'll sprinkle some cash. Property prices. Like,
state governments too, first homeowners grants.
Do we
stamp
really
duty
think
exemptions.
that any of this is actually going to work, even if it speeds up me by 2 years, and maybe when I'm 70, maybe I have a house.
Okay, but you also, you're a little bit fatalistic around our housing market.
No.
Because Australia actually does
Realistic.
have quite a high home ownership rate.
Relative to other countries, that is true.
relative
What's
to
the
other
age group on
countries.
that?
And it is still possible to buy a first home. I think the average age of a first home buyer is in their late 20s,
And what's the
early
trend?
30s.
What's the trend line?
And it's getting older, and that's what we have to address. We have to bring
I'm
that
getting
age
older, so
back
maybe
down.
if I-
But saying that it's all terrible and the last 20 years have been a
it
failure
not?
is factually wrong.
Really?
They're asking you to steal from
can still
yourself.
buy your own home in
can I
Australia,
ask-
but it's too hard and we need to make it easier.
Would you support Help to Buy in the same way you support super, taking it out of your super? Because taking it out of your super is just punishing your future self.
It's literally stealing from your future
It
self.
is not stealing from your future self, because one, when you sell the house, you have to put that money back
It's
into your
the
super.
interest.
And two, the best thing you can do for your retirement is to own your own home. And three, it's a choice. No one's forcing you to use your superannuation.
But people will be forced in the way that our housing market is so cooked that people do feel forced because it's their only option that they see.
I'm not sure if we'd agree on this, but I think the issue is that the major parties are presenting sugar hit policies that sell to a lot of vulnerable Australians. They're basically buying votes with this. The idea is, if we can throw you a bone that indicates you'll be able to get into the market in the next 1 to 2 years with these policies, everything's sweet. And actually what they're asking is for young Australians who are first home buyers to opt in really fast, even if they're not quite ready, because how can any of us be ready in the current market unless we're making huge cash? But at the end of the day, what we're looking at is this system where young Australians are going, well, I'm going to vote for this party simply because of this one policy, not understanding what it means long term for all of us. So Labor is providing a partial policy which is actually investing in development and investing in 100,000 new builds for first home buyers exclusively. But then we've got policies from the Greens which are about negative gearing, which are about actual social housing and ensuring it's government owned, like a defence system policy. And I think that the Greens are offering the best policy right now. But what I at least like is that we are all nodding in agreement on the issue being that the major parties aren't really offering up something that actually helps us all long term.
No, they're hopeless. They're hopeless, yeah.
Student. I never got to opine on that. I would have said that I don't.
It should be slashed.
Super should be voluntary. I don't think we should be mandated that 10% of our income basically is withheld from us. That's our money.
What do you mean you're stealing from your future self? It's you stole from your past self. The government forced you to put that money.
Well, I think what she meant, Hannah was right on that. And this is the thing. These are sugar hits. No one wants to talk about immigration, so the demand side, and no one wants to talk about the supply side.
They're fighting about a solution to a problem that they're not recognising where it actually is coming from.
Exactly.
And then they want to punish investors.
Yeah, well, they want to do sugar hits, and it was good to see the whole panel agreeing. Look, sugar hits are probably not the best way. Even Freya was saying, look, it's not ideal, but we'd rather get them into house sooner. It is hard, but the whole panel, we were very much in agreement. A lot of the agreement stuff was cut out. But anyways.
Hells yes, 80 grand debt, 2 degrees, cut it. Why the hell not? If we enjoy doctors, if we enjoy engineers, if we enjoy not waiting 5 hours at a doctor and we want an educated society, why the bloody hell not very close to free?
Yeah, can I just say, when it comes to university degrees, I don't think we should have ever been having the HEX thing. Now that all these students have come in and they've started taking these debts, God bless them, they didn't know anything better. My cousin, for example, he paid off his full degree, but now he's seeing that you got 20% forgiveness. He's like, well, why did I bloody pay the thing off?
Because he's a nice guy and he wants to help a punter out.
And that's the problem. Are we going to punish people that pay early? Now no one's going to pay. And so now that they're doing this 20% forgiveness, they're going to have to go all the way to 100% eventually. And so it should never have come in. That's my radical opinion.
Sorry, do you mean that it shouldn't have come in as in it should have always been free? Or it should have been privatised?
It should have always been pay up front, because I believe, for example...
I'm glad we're clarifying, because I thought you were going the opposite way.
No, absolutely. No, the students should have always paid up front, I believe, because, let me tell you why, because I believe that the price of the university degree, for example, some of my friends, $2,000 to $3,000 a subject, when you know that this loan is going to be backed up by the government, the universities, they can charge what they want. But if there's actually genuine competition between the universities and the students have to pay up front, they're like, all right, now we have to compete over the price, get that $3,000 per subject down to maybe $1.5, $1,000. So in total, I can see the reaction on your face.
How does that work in America, dude?
She could afford it. She could just sell one of her houses.
Literally, man. Literally. And that's my point. I'm angry because my cousin paid his full debt off. He's a year younger than me. Why the hell would anyone else pay off their debt at this point?
Well,
that's true. The stupidest
Has Abbie
person.
been to university?
Abbie?
Huh?
Abbie.
Abbie? I have no idea. It's a good question for Grok.
Probably art school.
Art.
Good one, Rami. That's it.
Lesbian dance theory.
Why do you think that students should have to? Why do you think that people should pay for us to have an educated and qualified population that offer us services?
Because the primary beneficiary of a university education in terms of lifetime incomes is the individual. Now, I don't fully agree with Joel, because I actually think that the system we've got now, which is a combination of relatively low and capped student loans relative to, say, other countries like the US, combined with some element of government subsidy, is a pretty good one, because what the purpose is that it doesn't create this big barrier for students from different backgrounds, that are poorer or whatever, to go to university, but it also doesn't put the entire cost back to the taxpayer. And what Joel says is correct in the sense that universities currently are in the middle of being able to enrol as many students as they want. They face no penalties and no consequences if the students that they enrol don't finish their degree, it's not the right fit for them, or any of those things.
I think HECS is one of the greatest systems we have. I do at a fundamental level believe that people should have access to one undergraduate degree for free. But I think that when we look at HECS as a system, I would actually remove the process of indexation. I don't think the government should be profiting off loans long term when it's so difficult for people to pay them back. But I'm someone who came from a middle to low income background, and I never would have been able to go to university without the HECS system. So the reason that I have a law degree, that I have a master's degree, is purely because of the HECS system. Yes, I agree that university degrees for one should be free, because the reason I'm a tertiary educated individual that can contribute to society at a higher level is because of that access. So I find it interesting that you say people should be able to pay.
What does she do exactly? What does she do?
She's saying she didn't say
At a high level.
But
She just says she contributes at a higher level because she's educated, but I bet you she doesn't actually use the degrees because they were free.
Yeah, 100%. Mate, indexation is so that we don't actually... $50,000 10 years ago isn't what it is today. It's just like when you go and buy a coffee, 20 years ago and it was $3. $3 doesn't get, it gets maybe a short black now, a tiny short black. That's why we have indexation. They're not profiting off it. They're breaking even because money has value over time. Like, this is who we're dealing with. They didn't know, they don't understand. Hannah, God bless her heart, she's done phenomenal, but she's 26 and she doesn't understand why
Everything.
we have
They just want more free stuff, and it's amazing because it was just such an arrogant line. I contribute to society at a higher level. Let's listen to that again. Listen.
Yes, I agree that university degrees for one should be free, because the reason I'm a tertiary educated individual that can contribute to society at a higher level is because of
that. That can contribute to society at a higher level. That's not what degrees are designed for.
So pompous, man. So pompous.
It's so pompous. You think she's like...
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly.
What about all the construction workers and tradies that have to build these houses that you guys are arguing about?
Yeah, but
I mean, that's what we need.
I can be smart about the way that I tell you to build it.
Oh, I see.
She would even
access.
She would probably not even get a job if she wasn't a DEI hire, to be honest.
Yeah.
Show us Rami when he makes his comments.
Mate, he's the one with the switcher. He's literally on the switcher. Like,
Rami, so press the button, start talking, put down the chips, press button, talk. Make funny comment, go back to Joel, we'll look at his eyebrows.
Literally. Go on.
So I find it interesting that you say people should be able to pay it up front, because that means education is not equitable.
To come back to your point, Conrad, someone always has to pay, because universities will never be free, because you've got thousands of academics that need to be paid, thousands of staff working at these universities, big facilities to maintain research that has to be conducted. So if it's not these students paying, then it's going to be other taxpayers. Now, I would have a bit of an issue saying to the tradie in Western Sydney or the mum, the single mum, going, you didn't go to uni, you didn't get the benefit of a degree, but your taxes have to go towards paying for someone else's degree. I do have some concerns, though, that because universities are not liable in any way for the quality of education or the skills they give to their graduates, they have an incentive to enroll students that really shouldn't be going to university. As you talked about indexation, Hannah, I think that universities should be liable for the indexed portion of your HECS debt if you're not in a job after a certain number of years.
I think there's fair points all around with the university systems cooked, half private, half public. They're admitting students like a cash cow. But to take the core point of like who gets the value and benefit in society, I don't want to be a doctor. I can't study to be a doctor. I'm not, but I'm very thankful that my brother-in-law went and studied for 12 years to become a doctor so that when I need him, it's good. And when we start crunching these tiny little numbers, then I think we all end up paying more in the long run, but in not measured ways.
The purpose of a subsidy, though, is to change someone's behaviour. The taxpayer already subsidises university places. Say your brother-in-law or anybody else doing a medical degree. Was that something that they need to be given a free ride to do that? Or is it something where they sort of have a personal value system where they think, I want to go and do this for various reasons? People choose careers for all sorts of reasons. The problem with having the entirety of the cost going onto the taxpayer and essentially the punter having no real kind of bearing a cost of themselves at all means that creates a set of incentives for them to maybe make decisions that aren't actually the best for them.
The whole idea of taxation, though, is so that we pay for things that are for the greater community. So if we start going down that, then I go, well, I live in Bondi, so why would I care about the roads in the western suburbs? Why would I care about people in Darwin? Why would I care about anyone else but myself? It's an incredibly selfish view from my point of view to say, well, if that person gets that degree, what do I get out of that? It's actually about society as a whole progressing. As Conrad said, we get benefits from nurses, teachers, doctors, even people that are in healthcare or non-philanthropic-esque jobs are benefiting society and our economy.
You are the primary beneficiary. That's what she said. If you're wondering why we're so cordial at this point, that's because this 10 minutes was at the start of the discussion, not the end. It was the start. Just if you're wondering why we're not jumping in at each other, that's why. Like they literally, the whole thing is clickbait.
That's so funny.
Anyways.
And that's a wrap.
Yay!
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
And the wrap.
Let it play. Let it play. Watch the body language.
I really enjoyed that.
Well done.
That was my pleasure.
Well done.
So they thought I was Satan when we finished. I went up to Abbie, and I haven't said this to anyone. I went up to Abbie and I said, hey, do you want to get a photo at the end of it and whatever? And I said, just so you know, John Bernard is my cousin. You know the guy that did all he's this funny TikTok guy. He's the one that went to the bank. He's like,
They're all cousins in Lebanon. They're all cousins,
bro. Yeah, they're all
cousins.
That's
so funny. I didn't know he was your cousin.
Yeah, so John, I'm sure all Lebos say that, but he's actually related. But John is the guy, if you don't know, guys, that went to the banks and said, I need to take my cash out because I need to go become a transgender, or I need to get my butthole bleached or something. So hilarious guy, viral, he's phenomenal. So he did a segment on Abbie and he got blocked by her, and I tried to put him up to the debate. So anyway, at the end of the debate, we ended it. I said, hey, can we get a quick photo? I go on with Conrad and I said, just so you know, because I'm not trying to cheat her out, John Bernard is my cousin. And she was like, oh no, not him. Oh no, we better not. We better not. And I was like, okay, fine, fair enough. So John had a bit of a chuckle at that when I told him. But anyways, no. So look, they thought I was Satan when we finished, especially after the immigration stuff, which I thought was hilarious. So I had a lot of fun.
Video you sent me.
Yeah, well, this was Hannah. You don't have to pay the full thing. So someone asked her, why are you so good at recalling the stats? And just go from the middle part of it because it's 55 seconds. And she's explaining how she recalls stats and why
Thank
she
you for
does
the
it.
nice message about the debate. I actually wasn't going to share anything from it because afterwards I felt a bit embarrassed. I didn't think I did a very good job and I felt like I blacked out. You know when you just black out at a nerve-wracking work event, you can't really remember what you said and you kind of just dissociate in the moment. That's how I felt. And watching it back, I was like, oh no, I'm proud of myself. And lots of people sending me nice messages about how do I remember facts like that to recite. The reason is when I make reels for Instagram, I don't write notes or read off anything. I just force myself to remember chunks of information and reference them and like learn how to present them off the cuff like this. And that helps me in the moment for live TV and things to prep, which I want to do more of. So yeah, I'm actually quite pleased with how this has turned out, even though I was really upset afterwards and I had a bit of a cry that night because I was like, that wasn't your best and I beat myself up verbally about it. So feeling better now. Having my water, going to go and I'm aiming for 8 hours sleep every day this week. Anyways, why am I talking?
Now, why on earth would she cry the night of it and then be fine with it when it comes out? Because they butchered the original. They butchered.
I was going to say it's what the university trained her for, to be a high achiever or whatever she said she was.
She's
wants
too
to be
busy
fragile
working at
and cry.
another level.
Yeah, she's working at a higher level by crying. That's what university prepared her for at law school.
That's true though, but you're right. They've cut out all the awkward spots of hers because she was who they want to promote, like a good greeny thing.
Higher level.
What's his name? Look, I see why you don't mind that other guy. I don't know what they edited out. He seems
like he was growing on me towards the end. Everything's cooked. Like that's his whole thing. Like it's all cooked. Let's sprinkle this there. It's all cooked,
mate. We had an hour to chat. We had an hour to chat before the debate as well, and that was where we rolled out the map that I have. We went through it. We had a chat about things. We actually got on really well, and that's what's a shame about this.
You hated him though before. You were trying to hunt him down.
No,
I remember you were trying to call me about it. I was like, I don't know who you're talking about.
Yeah, mate, I was doing research on this guy. I was like, who's paying him? Are the Teals paying him? Or this and that? And then I measure the guy and we chat and we go through the issue. I'd done the research on the issue and I realized, he's actually a genuine dude. He's passionate about this issue. He may have some backers in this area, but what he's saying he believes to be true. He's naturally talented.
So his one shtick is, like his main shtick is what?
Yeah. Oh, the offshore gas companies, they don't pay their fair share in tax, which is right.
That's his shtick.
And Labor, exactly. And Labor and Liberal are very much on the same page. This uni party are on the same page about it. So One Nation and the Teal parties, basically, and the Greens, both want to go after the gas corporations, but for different reasons. One Nation wants them to pay their fair share of tax because they're Australia first. Same with Jared Rennick. Whereas the Greens and the Teals want to phase the damn thing out and also tax them on the way. And so I understand why we disagree, but that never made it to the discussion because they freaking cut it. So this is criminal. It's actually, you know how Trump says the media is the enemy of the people? This is why we say
100%.
that.
This is why you have a hidden camera.
Baby. Yeah. Anyway, I have to address something, Hannah. You, as you said, you cried that night. If you see this, you didn't have to cry. You didn't have to
cry again, Hannah. Cry again.
Look, like we don't all have horns in our head. I used to be a democratic socialist, then I realized facts and I was wrong. And this is the thing. There's no reason to cry with these things. You actually held yourself very well.
The truth is, Joel cried before this live, so don't worry about it. All right, let's read some. Let's get these super chats out of the way.
All right,
guys, this is your last chance for super chats before we wrap up tonight. I think it was pretty interesting. Well done, you did well. You know what? I'm glad I wasn't in that debate. The topics were so boring, really, for me. Yeah. I would have really just wanted to know who in that room could define a woman, who identifies as a woman.
Mate, we never got into it. LGBT, we never got into abortion to birth, nothing. None of that.
I want to know about, you have two greenies there. Not once did they mention Hamas. That must have been the hardest 2 hours for them. Like the issues that people talk about, they just didn't talk about. It was like, it was very
Joel, someone said, Joel, that you should have had a small camera hidden in your eyebrows. I second that.
Mate,
that's a good place to hide anything.
What are you talking about? He should have had a big camera in the eyebrows.
He could have a giant camera.
Yeah, he could have had angles. He could have had angles going every which way.
One of those like spider cams that have at the footy and stuff. You could have had one of them in the eyebrows.
Rami could have fit in his eyebrows as well, controlling them.
But no, good performance, man. Well done on the debate, man.
It was good. Yeah. It was.
Can I just say, I forgot to say this earlier. When Abbie said we did a referendum for the Aboriginals, that was our first Australians. It was like, hang on. So when there's a referendum for 3% of Aussies, that's fine. But when we want to do one for 100% of Aussies, that's not fine. I mean, seriously.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
And they know they'd lose a referendum. They know they would lose.
Yeah. I think they'd lose a referendum on most, like most issues that speak to common sense, like to and that affects the average person, and that's where that other, I don't know who that other girl is, the Indian one. Who is she?
Trisha. Yeah, Trisha. She's like, well, that's because it was a constitutional amendment. Not all of our votes were for constitutional amendments. We had 21 referendums at elections. Not all of them were specifically just for the Constitution. Anyway,
didn't we have a plebiscite?
Yeah, on same-sex marriage.
On same-sex marriage, I remember that. So that's also,
Yeah. Referendum or plebiscite really didn't matter, but they understood what I was saying.
Yeah,
and they didn't want to buy it.
It's a cop-out. All right, go, Rukshan.
Yeah. This is from BH, $10. Thanks for the super chat. What do the Freedom Party do now? They won't work together, but don't seem to succeed by themselves. With Hasty pulling out, the right-wing side is stuffed. Yeah, Joel, I've seen a few people obviously doing the analysis now, post-election analysis about the freedom parties. And it doesn't seem even now that they really want to work together. The differences still persist. I think they kind of don't really see that as a future thing, you know.
Look, the straight of it is we need to come back in 2 months. We need to see which senators get up, because there's still 4 states that are in limbo right now where a right winger could get up. Maybe one nation gets a clean sweep. Maybe they don't. Maybe Rennick gets up. Maybe we get no one up and it's DEFCON 5. You know, I don't know. And we need to wait until we see how bad the damage is. It's kind of like a hostage situation. Who's dead? Who's captured? What's the ransom? We got to take inventory of what we have left.
I'm also sick of calling it I think stop framing it as Freedom Party. Like Freedom, like, that was
that's like a COVID era hangover.
It's just like, do you know what? I've been involved in this space from before COVID, and I'll be here for a lot after COVID. So will you too. Freedom was that era. And, you know, at the time, one of the most amazing things at that time was that it brought people with different ideologies together. While it tried to divide the entire population, it actually brought people together. We've talked about that before. But I think now it's about conservative, libertarian values, wherever you sit on that kind of right-wing spectrum. How do we succeed as the right wing? How do we beat the left at what they've become so good at? Look at the Greens. They freaking lost this election, but they're still going to control the Senate. How's that possible? Yeah. That's because conservatives, right wing, libertarians, the right side of politics can't come together to actually benefit Australia. That's the problem. And it was the same problem. It was the same problem in the COVID era, but it's not like I hate when I don't like calling it the freedom thing, because we're not.
Yeah, that's
we're fighting for
more than
conservative values, right wing values, libertarian values. That's probably the most freedom you can.
If anything was going to actually unite people to kind of work together as one party or something, it would have been something like COVID. But obviously that didn't. It was still fractured after that. So I mean, yeah,
mate. So that's the problem. Look, we got to come back. We got to see where we are at. Antic's done a great job in the South Australian Liberals, but unfortunately, there are other states where the constitution of the Liberal Party's been burned, so it's complicated. But look, in 2-3 months, I'll be back. In terms of, I'm not going anywhere, but I'll be back with a bit more of a clear head around the stats. We got a massive problem with the invalid vote rate. I mean, the idea that the amount of people not participating in our elections has doubled from 89% to 77% is like an extinction level event politically. Like we now have to do what the Yanks do, which is to get out the vote. We've never had to do that, and we don't have the infrastructure to do that. So we've got a lot of problems to deal with, and just merging it as a party is not going to cut it. We might have to do multiple things, but I'll have a lot more of a clear understanding. I mean, you know, who am I? But I try to organize people, and
you're a high. What's the word? High achiever, or what is she?
Yeah.
You're one of them.
Yeah, but no, look, I tried to do a lot of things, and we were successful in the election with the resources for Turning Point,
100%.
with not much. But we do actually, as a movement, need to have a discussion. And I can't tell you how many new parties are about to pop up. They've learned nothing. And so, look, we're going to have to see where we land in 2 to 3 months.
Fair call.
Digital Base, thank you for the $14.99. Really appreciate the support. Thank you, everyone that's giving super chats. It means a lot. What do we have? Adam here. This is an interesting one. Adam says, and I'll actually bring up on screen. Sorry.
That's all right.
There we go.
This is what we talked about before. 1,800 votes gone missing in Menzies. This is what we mentioned at the start of the show.
Yeah.
So what are they saying in the Financial Review? Liberals in dispute with AUC after counting error in knife edge seat.
That's Menzies or
Party
Melbourne?
is locked in a dispute.
Menzies.
What is that?
In Victoria, Menzies.
Yeah, over an error in election. All right, closer. Menzies initially granted its candidate 1,800 votes more than showed up in recount. Mate, that is dodge. So we are not sitting here questioning the election. But that's
we're not like Adam Bandt.
Yeah, we're not at the High Court. Yeah, Adam, I'm with you.
This is from Louise. Thanks for the super chat, Louise. Thanks, guys. I've been listening to you since COVID-19. Keep up the good work. I agree with Monica. Infiltrate. That's a nod to Monica's ideas about getting involved with the Labor and Liberal Party to change it from within. Thanks for the super chat. That's from Dane. Thanks, Dane. Labor scraps together just 35% of the vote. Now imagine if ballot only had 3 choices: Freedom Party, Labor, Greens. Every election would be a Conservative landslide. Checkmate. Yeah. That would be great. That's good.
Kooyong.
Yeah. Monique Ryan
Kooyong's been
is
called.
back on top.
Monique Ryan is back on top in
top.
Kooyong.
She's
Yeah, honestly,
back on
guys,
top.
wait till the second. Wait till the
We're
second
trying
count's
to end
done.
the show on a good note.
What
me
is
just
it,
go to
Sean?
Kooyong
Bring it up.
Yeah. I'll bring up Kooyong 1 second.
How
Give me a
much is she
second.
up by?
Caught me off guard. Kooyong. Here it is.
See, honestly, this is why I don't check every day.
700.
I've been watching
So-
it, so I'll know.
81% of the vote counted. She has 34,419 votes, and the Liberals.
720
Oh,
votes.
it's not too. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
no,
too
It's pretty
party
marginal. That's pretty marginal.
Hold on.
No good.
0.36% margin, as according to
How
Sky
many
News.
votes is it?
It's
So-
I'll just
fluctuating
check
a lot, guys.
ABC.
I'm going to
Like
check
700
ABC.
votes or something.
Yeah, so
Let me
it's
check
not-
ABC.
She never. She was always over. She was always up. What's his name was never past her. So
There you go. That's from ABC. So
yeah, so seven.
So this is updated 3 hours ago.
Yeah, but
She leads by 723 votes.
yeah, sure, but earlier today it was 1,000. She's the Liberals are
dropping.
closing the gap.
Yeah.
Monique Ryan was, Amelia Hammer, or Hamer, or however you pronounce her last name. She was never on top.
Yeah,
So-
she's closing the gap, and there's a trend. That's why they're.
That's
they're
right.
predicting
The
it.
trend is
Yeah,
closing the
that's-
gap,
that's
and
the
it's at
only reason.
81%. So they're saying they're projecting like she may overtake her because of how close it is.
Yeah, honestly, we've got to wait until these. The reason this is happening, this election, is normally it's Liberal versus Labor, but because we've
Yeah.
got Liberal, Green, Teal in all these seats, the combination is we don't know how that flows until we do the second count, until we do everything.
Yeah.
But everyone, the media, just want to jump on it and have election coverage roll, and they love the eyeballs, and that's why you don't see me doing posts on this.
Is that why
until-
people are doing live feeds on a Wednesday night, unpacking the election? It's all one grift, is what you're saying.
No, we're
we
high
had-
efficiency,
it
high
wasn't
achievers.
the
What is
primary
the
vote.
word that lady said?
Oh, look,
Rummy,
Rummy did one.
right?
Who's this Rummy?
449. Thanks, Rami. Lemon character waving his arm to say hello with his mouth open.
Yeah, I sent you guys a
Thanks,
gift.
mate.
I like, so
Supporting
I
this.
just realized when Rummy was doing this to the camera, he was actually putting money in.
Yeah, exactly.
He wanted to
That's right.
prove, he's not Jewish.
I thought it was a trope.
Rami is good. Rami is good, man. Has Benji ever sent us money on a super chat?
Benji
If you're
has
watching
never
Ben-
sent us a cent.
If you are watching Benji,
He's watching, he's
consider
watching.
for your job security, consider sending in a super chat as soon as possible.
Yeah. Daniel has
He's not
sent.
watching.
Daniel sent. Rummy sent. The only one that hasn't is Benji. And he thinks giving me
Disappointing.
vodka once a year is gonna take place for that. It's good vodka.
All right, next,
was the cheap
next
stuff,
super
though.
chat. This is from Magnum. Thanks for the super chat from Phillip Island. Keep up the good teamwork. Thanks, Magnum. I was just in Phillip Island like a day or so
teamwork,
ago.
read it properly.
It's a beautiful place. Love Phillip Island. The Penguins, of course. This is from Cultured Yobbo. Thanks for the super chat. Just before the election, I read Trevor Loudon's book, Comrade Prime Minister Anthony Albanese's 40-year alliance with the Australian communism. Let us pray for Joel's double dissolution scenario.
Yeah.
We're saying maybe it's wishful thinking by Joel, but let's see if it comes to fruition, Joel. We have the
Mate, what
to
are you
prove
going to
that
give
you
me
were
if
calling
it's
it
true,
earlier.
though? What are you going to give me if it's true?
Bottle of whiskey.
We are... Yeah. Some sort of
Empty
whiskey.
promises.
There you go.
Until I see the party, empty promises.
What is it, Henry?
No, I was making the promise on behalf of Rukshan.
Oh, come on. Come on.
Mate.
Chili.
All right, next one. Catherine says, thanks for the super chat, Catherine. Isn't that abortion bird from Dateline? The one with Dr. Joanne Howe, who had an abortion due to her active medication, would love to hear what's omitted. So yeah, saying to Joel's SBS debate that most of it was edited by SBS, so she'd love to hear the full thing. I'm not sure exactly.
I'll
if
do
she was in
something.
another
Yeah,
segment.
I'll do something. Yeah.
Next one. This is from Link at 180. Thanks for super chat. Australia needs a bigger than life personality to lead whatever this hopeful united movement party will be. What do each of you think this could potentially be in Australia? Very hard question, only serious answers. I just don't think we have yet to see, at least in the last couple of decades, a Trumpian-like figure that's kind of come out.
You see it in the UK, you have Nigel Farage. In America, you have Trump. In Canada, it looked like they were getting Pierre Poilievre, and that's where he was heading. And then the whole Trump thing,
but he was more of a polished career politician.
Yeah, but he had some moments that was looking like he was doing that, and the populist kind of thing. They've had him in other countries. You have in what's it called?
I think it would have taken someone like is it Kerry Packer or something? You've seen him talking at
where they go.
At that senate. You need someone like that with a bit of gravitas, business sense, not afraid to take on these people and call them out. We don't really get that too much anymore because all these politicians seem to be playing the safe game of protecting their seats and their interests. So our parliament's not really set up for that system where a disruptor can come in very easily to disrupt the system. Like they literally have to set up their own party. Something similar to kind of what Clive Palmer was trying, but it's really hard within the Australian political landscape to come in. That's what I think what's happening.
Clive Palmer wanted to buy his way to be that, but he's not that. You need somebody that's natural.
It takes more than just money. It's not just about money.
This chat, I'm just going to jump on this one quickly because it's for Benji. Daniel James gave...
Mate, this is... What the hell? You don't have to do this, Daniel.
Next we're going to see Rukshan putting in.
No, I'm not doing that. No way. Dixon says, thanks for the super chat, mate. As a white Australian, God forbid I say that, my children have no future due to this current immigration. Prove me wrong. I mean, you should never be ashamed to say, as a white Australian, of course, in Australia, that should never be like that. And in terms of your children not having a future, I don't believe it's that bad in Australia, yet.
Yeah,
but
we're gonna get there if that.
We are heading in that direction where it's bad for everyone in this country.
We did well, Australia. We picked the communists.
Unless you're Abbie Chatfield and you have multiple investment properties and you can laugh as a green. Unless you're that, you're going to be struggling in this country.
Abbie Chatfield.
Ryan says, thanks for the super chat, Ryan. You seem like a great human, Joel, but you played in traffic and are now complaining about being hit by a car. I mean, that's Joel. I know he's not here, but you went on the SBS
Where did you go? Where did Joel go on?
He's just about to get back. He's getting some water.
He went on the SBS debate knowing that SBS, like the ABC, is an institution that should probably be defunded for spreading fake news and manipulating the news and the data. We've seen that during COVID, how integrated they were in spreading the propaganda of the government. Of course, if you go on a debate on
this
SBS,
one was for you, Joel.
They are going to be left-leaning. That you learned a great lesson, that you only have yourself to blame for going on SBS, and now that you're complaining about, the skewed debate.
Playing in traffic, and now you're complaining about being hit by a car, mate.
No, but we're all better off knowing that, because the problem is I've exposed what they did. I actually went in with an audio recording. I'm going to release the full thing, and I'm actually going to show you. And we just did. We've literally gone through this whole thing and showed you how the fact checks are bullcrap, and SBS lose credibility from that. And Abbie looks like, what she's done, how she held herself. The SBS higher-ups have embarrassed themselves. And I'm going to follow this up exactly with what Avi said as an ethics committee. Now, if you never did it, you can't get them. And if you don't do this and see their fact checks, you can't see how brittle their arguments are. We've just picked apart how you debate the actual topics, the fact checks, and pick it apart. Now, we wouldn't have any of this. We wouldn't have had this live stream if we never did in the first place. And by the way, the amount of discussions I've done like this on camera, this was one of the first ones because no lefty will hop on camera with you. And so these are invaluable.
Rukshan's actually mates with the socialist.
I'm not mates with the socialist.
He's mates with the socialist.
I'm maintaining a friendship in case he tries to take one of my homes. He'll spare me because you know how they're Scott. Scott and take homes.
Just put a post-it note on the fridge with Abbie Chatfield's address.
Property of Abbie Chatfield.
Go read.
And by the way, I got new fans now. I went to a polling place when I voted, and one of the lefties, she came up to me and she said, "Oh, I saw you on the Abbie thing." It wasn't aggressive. She was actually now a new fan. And so I've just tapped into a whole new audience.
Wow. I'm so jealous that you have Abbie Chatfield fans. They're like going to be the best fans. You guys can share dildos.
You will know me by my enemies.
Throw it up. Tom, thanks for the super chat, mate. We need punters politics for topics like nuclear on the right. I'd love to see smaller channels just rip off his idea with our policies instead of sooking. Big issues require big marketing. So I think kind of take what Punter's doing, but maybe...
Clearly something he's doing is working. He's clearly doing something.
Yeah, he's clearly doing something working. Dixon, eyebrows. Got a 5 or 6 exclamation marks in there.
Dixon is my
$2.99. Is that like to pay for the trimming? What's...
Mate, we need another camera just zoomed up in the eyebrows. We just need a eyebrow cam.
Rami, get onto it, mate. Get onto it.
So eyebrow is a separate shot.
Every hair is handpicked.
Oh,
every hair.
Look.
Oh, so
get in as close as
who does them? Who does them? Who does them?
That's the work of art. That's the work of art.
Who?
My goodness.
It's got a good zoom on that.
Thank you.
That's pretty good, yeah.
So no, look, I rocked up to the debate, and the debate ladies, the makeup artists were like, "Oh, thank you, you already did them." I said, "Of course I did. We don't have time before the debate to do them. Every hair's been hand-picked, hand-plucked."
Did they pull out a lawnmower and then they put it back and they're like, "Oh, thank goodness."
No. I said we didn't have time to do it that day. I did the lawnmower the night before.
Super chat. One Nation get any seats in South Australia? Did they get anything in South Australia?
No, look, it's looking the least likely. So Tasmania is the least likely, and then South Australia is the second least likely we get one up. So I don't think it's possible. The Libs the votes collapse too much.
From expired passport, bro. Thanks to the super chat. $11 eggs for $11 for eggs at Woolies. You cannot be serious. Yeah.
When they're saying beer in Thailand is under $3.
He's flying down there. There you go.
Is that right, Rami?
It's 60 baht. Yeah, it's about $3.
Yeah, $3. Yeah, Rami knows.
Rami knows. In Pattaya, it's cheap, isn't it? Aussie women know exactly the sharpest tools. Hey. There was actually a couple of... There was at least... Freya's not dumb. Just don't judge it. Abbie doesn't even identify as a woman. What's your problem? Bye, Miranda. Woke loser. Which one's Miranda? Is that the one? Which one was Miranda? Is that the Indian one?
There was no Miranda on the panel. I mean, there was a Hannah, there was an Abbie, and then there was a Trisha.
Expired passport, I think, must have had too many of those $3 beers.
Maybe she's talking about Teals. Maybe that one's about Teal.
Who's Miranda?
I can't remember.
Or was there a Teal?
Anyways.
Thank you for the super chat. Giovanni, what does Giovanni say?
Joel released the raw audio uncut and nail SBS.
I agree. I think that is in itself, at least cut the bits and explain between, go, look how they cut it, boom, boom. People love that. And it's and when you say what you're trying to get out of it, that's what you get out of it. Show how deceptive they are. It's got, like, if the edit makes it different to the point you were saying, especially if they chucked a fact check on it or something, it's important for the world to see it, because most people watch stuff from like a regular punter's position. They don't actually understand what sometimes how they edit, how they can edit it so quick, so easily to be deceptive. So I think it's important. I think I agree with that.
You know, I was going to do it, but the problem was it came out 2 weeks ago during the election, and I was like, I don't want to get distracted during an election.
No, now do it though.
after.
But he doesn't. The point is important for people to see.
It's just now I'm just like stuffed.
Expired passport says Abbie point on point 100%. Joel also hitting hard. So it must have been something we were talking about.
I came prepared. I came with receipts.
What do we got?
BH says, can't wait to hear the full audio, Joel. You should do a smaller video like Jordan Peterson and Vice. There you go. Another suggestion.
Everyone's saying that's what you should do.
The recording was 1 hour and 40. That's the problem. So I have to
condense.
No,
but what you should the part that's important is take and show the continuation, so you can show where they deceptively edited it. I had the same thing with my one.
Jeffries.
What was his name?
Jim Jeffries.
Jim Jeffries.
Jim Jeffries.
With Jim Jeffries, it was also, I had, by memory, 1 hour and a half maybe, but I didn't need that. I just need what they took out of it, his question, my answer, and to show, look, this is how he let it up, and this is what he's cut into it.
Yeah.
Here we go, almost done.
Word of Rob, thanks for the super chat, $20. Thanks, mate. Just tuned in. Has everyone accepted yet from looking at Senate results that this result is not some minor right party's issue, but it's simply because more people voted Labor? It'd still be 15 years before Australians learn. We discussed some of that, didn't we?
It's both. Both the minor parties have squandered their chance to get the 6th Senate spot, and also the Liberals' performance is so poor that it's actually led to they are relying on minor party votes to get their 2nd up. They should be trying to get their 3rd senator up, not struggling to get the 2nd up. So the Liberal Party vote is collapsed and the Freedom Party vote is split. That's the problem.
What do we have here? We need a radical right government to rid us of Labor. You don't even need it. You need a good if we have a good crossbench or a good if the balance of power is even just with a good right wing.
Yeah.
Government, senators in the upper house, then you're at least protected.
Yeah, the ideal situation is you have a Liberal government with the balance of power either in the lower house and or the Senate held by conviction parties, minor right parties, because the reason why that is, and the reason why you can't have it with Labor in government is because Labor don't cross the floor. They don't cross the floor and vote against their own party. Otherwise, they're dead. Look at Payman. That's why we need a Liberal government in, because Labor won't cross the floor. The problem we had with the Labor years, even when we had the balance of power, is a left-wing Liberal like Andrew Bragg would cross the floor in the Senate and then he'd vote with the lefties. Or Bridget Archer from Tasmania, who's now out, she would cross the floor 34 times to vote against the Liberals. That's the problem we've got. So you need a Liberal government and you need it to be the balance of power to be controlled by conviction parties.
True.
Word of Rob. Some of these chicks are kind of
We'll take it as a statement.
I think
we'll
they're talking about you, Rukshan.
Maybe. I do identify as a she, her.
Which one's hot? Which one do you think's hot? Please don't say Abbie Chatfield.
Maybe they mean the moderator.
The Chinese girl.
I'm meaning the conservative lady.
Freya.
Jason R says, during the 2023-2024 financial year, 0.004.438% of migrants came from England. That's 19,000 English migrants from a total of 667,000. We'll take that as a statement of numbers.
We can check it.
Well, that's still the minority. That's still the minority. It was 1 point something mil.
Word of Rob really wanted us to read his those chicks are hot comments.
Yeah.
Don't wait.
It's hard sometimes. I get it in the moment.
No, I think what we're gonna do. Word of Rob. I think it's fair. I think what we'll do is we'll in lives from now on. We'll every half an hour we'll just do 10, and then when we get to the end there won't be many, and it'll be people that are still on the live because I'm sure not everyone's
That's
here
true.
that was here. So I apologize for this one. We're learning as we go along. Word of Rob did another one, so let's just see. Rukshan, go.
Rukshan and Joel should repost the interview with Avi at the No Snowflakes pub night and at Arcadia in 2018, where both he and I are lit as F as I don't know what that means.
What is this one? What was it?
Oh, back in the day, Avi, when you were running in politics, maybe. The Arcadia.
Word of Rob. I
No,
must have been lit because I'm trying to remember what this was.
2018.
You
but
post
I
the interview,
wasn't there.
mate. Word of Rob, post the interview up there. The world needs to see.
We need to see this. Oh, man. I used to do all my interviews drunk, so it would have been good.
That explains the courage.
D-Mac says, how does Chabby think, Chabby is a good name.
I like
That's
it,
a good
Chabby.
denomination.
That's what we need to do.
Just call it that from now on. Who does Chabby think funds the government? That's true.
You know what that reminds me of?
Like
when
money grows in trees.
When Trump was debating Hillary, and she's like, "Well, you got to fact check him," and then it's like he just sort of slipped that line in. I would never call Abbie Chabby.
No.
You can't do that with ladies.
Word of Rob says that the only Freedom Party is the Libertarians, and there's a point of truth to that. Like the Libertarians,
but they struggled the most.
What?
They tanked. They tanked. But I'm saying by definition they are the Freedom Party, and you know what? I think during COVID they picked up a little bit because people realised why civil liberties matter so much. I think that's all kind of dropped off, and now people are going back to either their conservative or left-wing values.
It's not that. It's that they're winning at a state level and a local level. They got a couple dozen councillors up, and they're getting upper house members that are close to controlling the balance of power. The problem is they've overstretched themselves federally, and they're competing in an arena where one nation is the dominant force, and then Trump and the Patriots has a crap ton of money. They're just outmatched.
I honestly think my honest position would be everyone put your egos aside, get behind one nation. They're clearly the front runners. They clearly have the power to do it. They just need the manpower and funds. If Clive Palmer put his money behind someone like them, and then all the volunteers from all the other groups, instead of going and spreading it between all these other ones, if you just jumped behind one and manned every booth and showed people that one nation is like all different people and regular people and white, brown, black, whatever, it doesn't matter. Like I saw them engaging at the pre-polling, at the pre-polling. When they do it, people get to see that they're the average person, and they get to give out how to vote cards. And right now, none of the minor parties are really getting to hit, like everyone's hitting a couple. So, and they're competing against each other because they're generally at the same ones.
Yeah. Definitely the ground game makes a big difference. The ground game on election day makes a difference.
Yeah, it does.
Well, in the lead up, in the whole pre-poll.
We would save the country. If they united forces and they actually, Clive is like, here you go, I want to see these things, but that's all the strings attached, nothing else, then we would actually save the country.
Do you know, in the lead up to the election, I don't want to, so I don't get involved in the all the, inter, and it happens every election. There's the inter-minor party conflict and everybody's out there. And I give everyone a platform. But it annoys me. It pisses me off. And really, I just want everyone to get behind one that'll work. And the only one I see really genuinely always, like consistently over 70 is One Nation. So it's like, stop already. You've tried and failed every time. You're doing the same thing every time. Why don't we just, at least on federal, get behind One Nation? Get them up.
What they lack, mate, is a mechanism like the US has, where they run primaries, where they get 18 candidates or 16 candidates in 2016. They fight it out before the election, then they unify behind one, and then they move forward. They win a vote amongst each other, and then they move forward. We don't have the mechanism right now to do that, and they can't get out of their own ego way to do that, and that's the problem.
Next super chat. It's from Ryan. Says Peter Credlin is the answer to a lot of Australia's problems. That's interesting. I mean, she does have a certain type of views on all these issues, but some of her views, I think, have been rejected by some elements of the Liberal Party, right? So,
like what? I think she's pretty conservative now.
She's pretty conservative. I'm just saying, like, there's probably a left-wing faction that doesn't really gel with her.
If they want a woman, they should put her.
I like Peter. However, I shouldn't say, I've heard a lot of things, but her name comes up with a lot of people that I know and trust who believes that Tony Abbott, his administration basically started to go down when he became very isolated. And her as chief of staff, it was very difficult to actually get anything past her. And so he became very isolated as a result, and then eventually got kicked out. I don't know if that's true. It's totally an allegation. But look, I think she's great. I was listening to her the other night, and she was breaking down the stats from the election, and a lot of that I've recalled tonight. But whether she's the person to save the country, I probably not. But she's definitely a smart cookie.
So in response to Daniel's super chat for Benji, another Daniel has hit us up. Daniel, who you can find on Twitter. What is with this guy named Daniel throwing money at you?
Daniel Lukowitz. Yeah, he ran in Sydney. He's a libertarian.
Libertarian, and is the Australian Jewish Association?
I think he's Jewish. Yeah, I think he's Jewish.
And then he threw. This is why it's out of character. He threw more money. What is it with the gun? He threw it twice.
I know Daniel.
You know Daniel. Yeah. He ran for a.
He's going to get kicked out of the Jewish organisation, wasting money like that. Thank you, Daniel. Love you, brother.
Tina, another one. Expose SBS. Get Rami to debunk the fact checks. Rami is the fact checker now.
Yeah.
Take on SBS with Joel and Rami should collaborate. Do this debunking of SBS video and put it up.
Yeah, I reckon it's a good video.
We should.
Jared says, Bitcoin trumps pro-Bitcoin. Dutton never talks. I mean, it's not really something that was discussed at all at this election, crypto, where we see in the US, it's a bit of a talking point with the Trump administration. I wish there was more of a discussion point in Australian politics. I don't think we're lagging behind.
Do you wish Dutton came out with a coin?
Yeah, the Dutton meme coin. Might have not done too well, to be honest. But yeah.
Two more.
Allo says, is Albo a far leftist? He comes across as lukewarm to me, especially compared to Peter Malanuska, the SA premier. I mean, Albo does a really good job of, I think, hiding his
communism. Read that book. What was the book called? I forgot. I interviewed the author last week on my show. What's the one that shows Albo? Somebody in the previous comments mentioned it about him being a comment. I'll pull it up. That's helpful. Give me 2 seconds. It's on my show last week. Sorry, I'm going blank because it's already late. But so yeah, it's Trevor's book called Comrade Prime Minister Anthony Albanese's 40-year alliance with Australian communism. Check out that book on Amazon. And last but not least,
from Seed Fan 85, I don't think Australia has fallen. I just think the Senate has gotten more important. That's a good point. I mean, even if the Freedom Parties, like we've been talking about, can't win lower house seats, getting into the Senate and working really hard on, controlling the Senate as the balance of power literally gives you almost the same amount of power as the lower house if you know how to wield it properly. And like Joel's been saying and Avi's been saying, that's what the Greens kind of are left with, right? Even though they've lost in the lower house and been decimated in the Senate, they can still kind of cause havoc and get their agenda through. So, definitely, I think in Australian politics, focusing on the Senate for the minor parties is not a bad strategy going forward.
Well, that's it. Well, I want to thank Joel for being the brains behind the operation again. Thank all the viewers, all the super chats, everyone for sharing. We've done another 4 hours.
Yeah.
I'm actually enjoying these long live streams.
It's good. Maybe I think we should start a bit earlier then, if we're going to
go
for
we
a
might
bit
start.
longer.
We might start bringing him earlier because I do want to be finished early. I don't like this late night.
Yeah, I think
Joel would love to have you back, but we'll chat off air if you're up for coming back on. But really, I don't know about Rami.
Well, look, I don't necessarily need him for the switching, but I do need him for the
we
fact
like
checking,
having Rami
so-
here. Rami actually makes you.
Well, it needs him to fact check you guys. So that's what we need right now.
He makes you palatable. He makes it possible to.
Chubby
every once in a
build.
while, we cut off you. We go to Rami. We get a break from the eyebrows. It's what we.
I do need him here for toilet breaks. So yeah, so that's good.
I don't know what that means, but all right.
Toilet breaks. Because where Rukshan comes from, they just do it on the floor.
That's gonna get clipped. That's gonna get clipped. All right.
Did you? By the way, did you like the graphic that Benji did on the left, far left? Well, it's actually in the background as well. Do you see it?
Yeah,
that's his finest work.
Lefty's losing it. Yeah, I thought it was.
Abbie Chatfield there crying.
Yeah.
Cut it out.
She's become a meme, man. She's become a meme. It's hilarious. So now this debate is aging quite well for me, but I just don't think that's how you hold yourself in a debate. It didn't have to be that way. But
she's like that on. Just look at her Instagram. Yeah. You don't even have to look at the debate. Like this, the way she's behaved since the election. Like first mocking Dutton. That's been the highlight for me. Her mocking Dutton. Then the numbers start coming out and it looks like the Greens are crashing, and she's found a way to twist it, which at first sounded legit. And I saw all these loser lefties creating TikToks based off her information. And then fast forward a couple of days, it's aged so poorly because at the end of the day, they've gone down. And so they've definitely not grown. They haven't gotten the most votes they've ever gotten. They've gone down a little bit. We'll see where it lands at the end of it. But it's not going to be a massive growth like she's acted. They lost. They crashed. They suck. Australia voted against it, rejected Hamas. And on that note, love you all for joining us. We'll let you know when the next one is. I'm enjoying this whole fluid podcast where we don't have to rely on Rukshan's timing ever since he sold out to Canberra. God bless you all.
Awesome. I'll see you guys later. Thanks.
Take care.
I like the slow zoom there.